The river is alive tonight, long before the first stone of Angkor is dreamed into place. Before kings wear crowns heavy with the weight of empire, the Mekong lies wide and restless. Its currents drag the moonlight into ribbons, curling like silvered scales. On the muddy banks, barefoot villagers stand shoulder to shoulder. A few clutch torches, their flames bowing low in the thick night air. Others hold offerings, sticky rice cakes wrapped in banana leaves, flowers, coins, drops of animal blood sealed in clay jars. They move in hushed unison, as if a single heartbeat pulses through the crowd. An old woman wades knee-deep into the water, the hem of her cotton sarong soaking dark. She whispers a name. No one quite catches it, but the sound curves like a hiss. Children watch from behind their mother's legs. At the far edge, men carry long bamboo poles tipped with glowing resin, like spears against the dark. A drum begins. A slow, deliberate thump. Something breaks the surface. It is no more than a swirl, perhaps just a fish, yet the crowd stiffens. A ripple spreads wide, then another and another. The Mekong seems to breathe. The old woman drops the clay jar into the water. It spins, catches the current, and disappears. A boy gasps as if he has seen something. A flick of scale, a glint like an eye. The drum stops, and the night presses close. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The Naga, they call it. Serpent King, River Guardian, Wealth Giver and Destroyer. Its legends slither through centuries of Southeast Asian memory, twisting around temples, threading through stories, rising at festival nights when the water seems to burn. To understand the Naga is to understand a world where rivers are veins of the earth and spirits rule below the surface. Tonight's rite is not for show. These people believe the Naga listens and more. Judges. Offerings are given to soothe, to bargain, to remind the river that its children remember. The woman turns and raises a hand. A torch is lowered. Its flame kisses the water, where oil and blood shimmer briefly like gold before the river swallows it whole. The Pre-Angkorian world is a living skin of forest, swamp, and floodplain. Here, everything is believed to have voice. Stones carry whispers, banyans cradle ghosts, the wind in bamboo tells the hour. But nothing is so commanding as water. Water feeds the paddies, carries trade, feeds fish, and when angered, sweeps entire hamlets away. It is no wonder that the great coils of a serpent became the language of reverence and fear. The Naga is not just an animal of the mind. Across Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, myths tell of vast-scaled beings living in deep pools, tunnels under riverbeds, and sacred lakes. They are kings below the surface, capable of granting rain, wealth, and fertility. They can also choke the river's flow, drown boats, bring famine. A few stories speak of Naga princesses taking human lovers, binding royal bloodlines to the water's power. Others whisper of battles where serpent armies surge to defend cities yet unborn. What would you have done, standing by that river? The old woman's hand trembles slightly as she scatters the last petals. Behind her, a young man dips his head and murmurs a prayer. In the crowd, someone hums a fragment of an older song, one that hints at something deeper, something that came long before temples, before the Sanskrit scripts, before the monks. They say the Naga know the old names, the first words of the land. They say the coils under the water are endless. Tonight, the villagers step back as the river shivers again. The drums will resume, the chants will rise, but the tension remains. A reminder that in this world, unseen powers are always near. And for those who walk these banks, The serpent kings are not myths, but neighbors. The water returns to its calm surface, but the sense of presence lingers. As the torches are snuffed out one by one, the smell of burning resin clings to the night air. People drift back to their stilted homes, yet their voices remain low, as if they fear to disturb something still listening. The Mekong, they believe, does not sleep. By day, this river seems ordinary, a broad ribbon of water winding through fields and forests. But when darkness falls, it becomes a threshold. Before kingdoms rose, before walls and written laws, this river was a spine connecting scattered clans. Here, life was measured not by calendars, but by floods and droughts, the taste of silt on the tongue, the whisper of fish beneath a bamboo raft. And somewhere deep below those currents, so they believed, coiled the Naga, ancient, watchful, and immense animist roots. In the world before organized religion, every bend of the river carried meaning. A splash could be a sign, a sudden wind a warning. Animism, the belief that spirits reside in rocks, trees, and water, was not an idea, but a daily truth. Southeast Asia's early people looked at the vast Mekong and its tributaries and saw not only food and travel, but a living artery. Its bends were guarded, its deep pools were taboo, and its floods were interpreted as moods of a serpent below. They saw the Naga not as monsters, but as guardians. If the rains were kind, it was because the Naga approved. If boats capsized, perhaps an offering had been forgotten. Villagers left carved gourds and strands of beads in the shallows, believing gifts could keep the currents gentle. Even in fields far from water, people dug small wells and sprinkled them with rice wine, just to acknowledge the unseen presence of those serpent spirits, from river to ruler. These beliefs were not idle. They shaped how leaders claimed power. Imagine a chieftain standing before his people, pointing to a flood-swollen river and saying, "The serpent has chosen me." To claim descent from the Naga was to claim the right to govern. In time, those bloodlines would harden into dynasties. Even centuries later, Khmer kings and Lao rulers would speak of divine union between human and serpent, blending myth with politics. But in these early centuries, the myth was still fluid, like the river itself. The Naga could be many things at once: a benefactor, a destroyer, a lover, a judge. To some, they were shining beings, half human, half serpent, who walked in the dusk. To others, they were colossal, scaled creatures that could swallow boats whole. Both images carried truth, because the Naga was not just an animal. It was a force, a way of explaining life's unpredictable turns, omens, and everyday life. Certain signs were watched closely. A sudden surge of fish at night meant the Naga stirred. Thunder without rain was a warning. Dreams of snakes were whispered about in the mornings. To dream of a golden serpent could mean wealth, a black serpent, sickness or conflict. Children born near river bends were watched for marks on their bodies, an unusual birthmark, a skin pattern, even a caul. A thin birth membrane was thought to mean the child belonged to the water. These beliefs touched everything. Farmers timed their planting to the river's moods. Fishermen avoided casting nets at sacred spots marked by offerings tied to tree roots. Even travelers left coins or food at crossings, fearing that a wrong step could anger the unseen coils below. A question to you: would you have trusted the water, knowing it could feed you and drown you in the same breath? Could you walk the banks at night, hearing the low boom of a drum carried by the current, and believe it was only wind Shadows before temples. This era is not yet carved in stone. There are no bas-reliefs, no great Naga balustrades, but the raw belief is already there, passed in fireside whispers. Mothers hush their children with serpent tales. Elders mark sacred groves in deep ponds. Traders moving along the river routes carry these stories to other settlements, where they mix with new tongues and new fears. It is in this atmosphere, before the kings, before the great cities, that the Naga's image takes shape. It is not yet the jewel-studded guardian of temple gates. It is something simpler and perhaps more powerful. The unknown made familiar, a creature that makes sense of the river's generosity and wrath. And tonight, as the last torch goes out, the river swallows the darkness whole. Somewhere beneath its smooth surface, something may move, or nothing at all. But the villagers will not risk certainty. They will return tomorrow. They always do. Dreams, where a chief promised loyalty to a river king and awoke with a coiled bracelet around his arm, as if gifted by the unseen. Whether fact or fable, these claims gave weight to a leader's voice. By the Pre-Angkorian centuries, these beliefs hardened. Chiefs carved serpent motifs into ceremonial drums, their spirals echoing the endless coils of a guardian below. Wooden posts at meeting places were painted with snakeheads, tongues out, eyes wide, a warning and a promise. The message was clear. Follow me, and the river will not rise against you. Bloodlines and marriage pacts. Stories tell of serpent brides, women of astonishing beauty, with eyes like river light, who came to men of power. Some are said to have shed their skins to live among humans, though never far from water. In Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand, variations of this motif repeat. A prince or chief wins the hand of a Naga princess, and from their union springs a dynasty. These tales served more than wonder. They legitimized control of land and water. To marry the river was to marry its bounty. A ruler's word carried weight because it was not merely his. It was backed by the coils of an ancient ally. Even the common people believed that offerings given to a chieftain were also offerings to the Naga who stood behind him, symbols of scales and crowns. From this period come the first traces of serpent imagery as statecraft. We do not have temples yet, but pottery shards and bronze drums show winding shapes, long bodies with crescent fins and sharp eyes. The Naga winds around gongs and cups, around the edges of shields, suggesting a protector, a partner. And though the symbols are small, their meaning is large. These are not random decorations. They are reminders that power flows like water, and those who command it are, in some way, part serpent. Would you have believed it? Watching the chief speak under a tamarind tree, could you have doubted his claim when the rains came at his call? When the fish grew plentiful after a feast, would you wonder if unseen coils moved beneath the water's skin? A fragile pact. Yet power is never free of risk. Some stories hint at broken promises, a chief who failed to honor a festival, a family that stopped giving rice to the river. Such neglect, it is said, brought disaster. Crops failed, storms came out of season, and sickness crept along the banks. The serpent's favor was a living thing, easily withdrawn. There were also warnings. A Naga wife might demand obedience. A child marked by scales might be both blessing and curse. And always, the river remained silent about what truly lay beneath. Continuity of belief. Even today, echoes of these ancient unions survive. Royal chronicles of Cambodia speak of serpent ancestors. Folktales across Laos still recall kings whose mothers were daughters of the deep. They are not simply curiosities. They are markers of a worldview in which the line between human and spirit was porous, where the river's will could shape a kingdom's fate. So when you imagine those first leaders, imagine them standing barefoot by the river, hearing the slow drumbeat in the distance, and claiming to speak for something no one could see. The villagers believed them, because to doubt was to invite the water's wrath, and somewhere, beyond the reeds, perhaps a ripple widened as if in agreement. Rain slips along the palm fronds before dawn, the drops fat and warm, the kind that turn packed earth to slick clay and make bamboo groan in the wind. A dog shivers beneath a stair ladder. In the stilted house by the river, a midwife squats beside a reed mat. Her hair is silver, coiled in a knot. She warms her hands over a small clay brazier where galangal, citrus-scented, ginger-like root, crackles in the embers. The mother labors with low, steady breaths. The grandmother murmurs names of water and tree, a rhythm older than any prayer carved in stone. When the child comes, he comes slick with river-warm blood and an astonishing veil across his head, thin as onion skin. The midwife lifts it gently and lays it in a shallow bowl. "Call," she says, "a thin birth membrane." In this village, a call means the river has paid attention. Some will say it marks a favored life. Others will narrow their eyes and wonder if the boy will always walk toward water. They wait for his cry. Outside, frogs begin their metallic clicking. The boy's first breath breaks like a small wave. He wails, and the women laugh softly, relief loosening their shoulders. The midwife dabs his crown with oil, then ties a cotton thread around his wrist. Thread charm, a simple, blessed bracelet. She does not cut the umbilical cord with iron, as some do. She uses a sliver of bamboo saved for months, because bamboo grows at the river's edge and remembers its music. By sunrise, the household swells with feet and whispers. The men stack wet firewood. An older uncle brings a copper bowl etched with curling lines. He says the lines are scales. He says the bowl belonged to his mother's mother, who saw a serpent lift its head in a flood year and nod at the house. He sets the bowl by the door and drops a sliver of beetle, areca nut used for chewing and ritual, inside it. Birth signs mark those claimed. Not every child bears signs, but people watch for them all the same. A birthmark that looks like scales along the spine. A strange shimmer on the eyelids that an elder calls river light. A faint ridge on the forearms that seems like the ghost of a fin when the baby wriggles. Some notice a dream the mother had in her 7th month. She swallowed water that tasted of metal, or she reached for a golden snake and could not quite close her hand. In the months ahead, they will watch how the boy sleeps. If he stretches himself long and curls a little, they will trade glances. If he quiets at the sound of rain on thatch, they will smile. If he watches the water more than he watches faces, they will be careful with him. In the Pre-Angkorian floodplains, omens are not curiosities, but maps. People read them the way herons read shallows. Recurring omens. The phrase isn't theirs, but the pattern is thunder that walks without rain, a surge of bright fish in a silted bend, a sudden dragonfly cloud that hangs over a yard. Each can be a hinge moment. The midwife's job is part practical, part interpreter. She knows herbs and fever signs, but she also knows where the invisible rules live. She wraps the call in banana leaf and smokes it above the brazier, so it dries into something leathery. A dry call can be kept in a gourd and worn as protection, or, some say, ground to ash and blown into the river on a day of trouble to call attention from below. Not every family dares keep it. Some bury it under the steps so the child is always between inside and outside, remembered by house and earth. Others take it to the river with a pinch of sticky rice and a drop of blood. Their offering rite quiet, quick, almost shy. The grandmother asks the water to be patient with the boy. Let him love you, but do not take him too soon. Everyday protections, apotropaics, simple protections, are woven into habit. The thread charm stays on the baby's wrist until it frays and falls by itself. The mother smudges a fingertip of ash across the boy's brow, a distraction for spirits who envy smooth skin. On certain nights, thin veil nights, when the moon loses its edge, no one praises the child too loudly. Too much admiration can call the wrong attention. When he is 30 days old, they carry him to the water before sunrise and sprinkle his feet. They do not dunk him. They set a calabash afloat with a tiny burn in its side, an opening for luck to swim in. The father scratches a sign under the step with a nail pulled from an old canoe. He draws a curve with 7 small strokes along it, the serpent's 7 heads. He is not sure the mark does anything, but uncertainty is part of the point. In a world where floods are verdicts and fish schools are arguments, doing something is a way to remain in the conversation. Children of the river. By mid-morning, the baby sleeps. The village wakes. A neighbor arrives with rice and a gossipy blessing. The conversation turns the way water finds a slope, quietly, inevitably, toward the boy's signs. He is claimed, one woman says, and another coughs politely, lowering her voice. Claimed doesn't have to mean danger. It can mean luck. It can mean that when he learns to fish, the fish will edge toward his net. It can mean he will carry rain in his gaze, but there is caution in the word, too. Children claimed by the river are not to be teased at the edge of wharfs. They are not sent to fetch water alone at night. And if someone tells a serpent tale, they are told a second one to balance it, a counter-story in which kindness wins, in which a Naga prince returns a ring, in which the river forgives. People know stories can harden into traps. They try to line the trap with soft cloth. A skeptic, there is always one, mutters about charlatans and false serpents. He remembers a year when a man carved scales into a wooden bowl and sold it for the price of a cow. He remembers a boy who nearly drowned because he thought the water would never harm him. But even he steps carefully when he passes the copper bowl by the door, a mainstream fact beneath the myths power, art, and water braid together long before Angkor rises. In the early 600s CE, Isanavarman I establishes Isanapura, the city now called Sambor Praekuk, as a Chenla capital. Lintels from that era already show coiling serpents and river creatures, the visual grammar that later blossoms into Angkor's multi-headed Naga balustrades. The villagers in this house do not know the king's name, but the currents of his world touch them. Traders pass with bronze and salt. Stories travel faster than boats, and the image of the serpent begins to move from hearth bowls to state things. If a court learns to read omens with astrologers who carry Sanskrit words for stars, what changes here? Not much at first. The midwife still tastes a pinch of the umbilical cord blood, not to swallow, but to know its heat, a phrase that simply means recognizing how strong the mother is. She notes the boy's birth hour against the river's noise. If a boatman cried out just then, she wonders if that was a shout of luck or a warning. The grandmother watches the light on the paddies and thinks of rice ripening. The father plans how to keep a pig fat. He will need it for a feast when the boy first speaks. Markers and taboos. The first month is a small kingdom of rules. The child is not to see his reflection in still water, because the water has already claimed him and might try to keep more of him than it should. If someone brings a mirror, new trade toy, shiny and precious, the mother tilts it so the boy's eyes catch only the moving light, never the whole of himself. On 2 mornings each week, the grandmother smokes a leaf bundle over the boy's head. Lemon grass and dried bark creak in the heat, and a smell like distant thunder fills the room. If he squirms, she laughs and says, he recognizes the rain, a birthmark on his ribs, roughly shaped like a small broken crescent, becomes a family story. See, the uncle says, a fin. The mother smiles, but she strokes it every evening, counting to 7. 7 is a serpent number. 7 heads, 7 turns of the body. 7 days of waiting before the river yields to fishers after a flood. They will not let him swim until he is old enough to name the bends in the river out loud. Who gets to decide what omens mean? Village life keeps a tense truce between elders, midwives, and the men who hold spears or gather taxes. When a child arrives with signs people cannot ignore, that truce flexes. A local headman might come to bless the boy, not out of piety, but out of politics. A river-favored child lends shine to a settlement. He will speak smoothly about safety and prosperity, and the grandmother will nod, because she is polite, and because she knows the man thinks the river can be negotiated with like a neighbor, which is both true and not. In time, priestly specialists arrive from elsewhere, Brahmins traveling with traders, perhaps, or monks who carry palm leaf texts rolled tight like river reeds. They do not ban the old omens outright. They braid them into schedules. This day auspicious, that day not. This star gentle, that one sharp. A serpent in a dream becomes a footnote in a chart. The midwife listens, respectful. She has no quarrel with calendars. But when the baby sweats at noon and sleeps like a stone in the hottest hour, she knows to cool the room. Not because Mars sits in a certain house, but because the boy is hot. Explanations can layer without canceling each other. First test, by water. On the 20th day, the rain holds off long enough to make the river a dull green mirror. The family walks down the packed earth path to a scrubby place where the bank dips. The father carries a tiny basket lined with ash and rice husk. The grandmother carries the caul in its leaf wrap. The midwife carries a conch shell, a coiled horn used to sound, and the copper bowl. They move without parade, just a household ache of feet, a hush that is more habit than ceremony. At the bank, the midwife wets the conch and puts it to her lips. The sound goes out low and curved, like the bowl of the river itself. The father tips the basket. Ash and husks sift into the current. The grandmother touches the caul to the water, and then pulls it back. She will not surrender it entirely. The mother dips her hand and sprinkles the boy's forehead, then his tiny feet. She whispers the river's smaller names, the names of eddies, of sand tongues, of a place where a log rests after every flood like an old buffalo. A single fish jumps, not a miracle, just a carp startled by shadow. Still, everyone smiles. Sign enough, the midwife says. The copper bowl goes down half a span into the water, fills, and rises heavy. The father pours it back, and exchange accepted. They leave 2 rice cakes and a sliver of pork wrapped in leaf. As they turn to go, a gust shakes the reeds and lays the water flat for a heartbeat. Even the skeptic clears his throat and nods, as if he and the river have reached terms. Rumors travel like driftwood. Another hamlet downstream hears about the boy and his caul. In a season of thin fish, any rumor of favor matters. An old couple arrives carrying a gourd with 2 coins inside. They ask to see the child. They hope good luck can be borrowed if one behaves correctly. The grandmother receives them kindly. She allows a look, then turns conversation to weather, to seed, to the price of salt. She does not want the boy to become a market item. In her youth, a child with a jagged birthmark was paraded by his uncle to neighboring markets, blessing baskets for a coin. That boy grew into a man who hated the color of the river. The headman watches, measuring. A special child can draw prestige and trade. He thinks of building a small platform by the water with a shade roof, a place to leave offerings. The midwife catches his glance and shakes her head very slightly. Not yet. He smiles and changes the subject, but the idea will not drift far. It will bank in his mind like quiet silt and wait for the next flood. Medicine beneath the omen. For all the talk of scales and favor, illness moves through the hamlet as always. Fevers that break the lips, coughs that sound like wet paper. The midwife has worked long enough to know that some babies peel at the 2nd week. She calls it shedding, but she knows it's the first skin loosening, a harmless thing. She knows to rub coconut oil sparingly, to keep the boy cool, to watch the tiny fontanelle for dangerous pulse. When he sleeps with his mouth open, a sliver of plantain mash rests on his tongue to encourage strong suck. If he stiffens at odd hours and trembles, she looks first to the heat, the feed, the mother's blood, then, only then, to the river's moods. A little humor threads through her work. She teases the grandmother when the old woman complains that the boy stares too seriously. "He is tallying your mistakes," the midwife says, "so he can forgive them later." They laugh, and the room loosens. A joke here is not disrespect. It is ballast. Suspense does not rule the cradle. Attention does, naming like water. Names are not thrown like nets. They are set like traps and baited with hope. Knock will be considered. Short, strong, serpent-leaning. But the mother worries it is too blunt, too declarative, like telling the river what to do. Perhaps a name that means bend or eddy or rain first. Perhaps a name that tastes of cool shade. In many places, an infant first carries a leaf name, a temporary name the spirits might not notice. Only later, at a hair-cutting rite, or after the first toddling steps, does the child receive the name that will greet him in markets and graves. The family tests sounds in their mouths for days. Names are a handshake with the unseen. A case remembered. A warning carried old men still talk about a birth in a famine year. No dates on palm leaves, but a line carved into memory. After a fire that ate 3 granaries, a girl was born with a long, pale mark down her right thigh. Calling it a scar would be wrong. It was too even, too graceful. Scale, people said, almost kindly. They carried her to the river each month at moonfall and set 3 coins afloat in a pottery dish. When the river rose out of season and punched a new curve into the bank, the village took it as hunger, not for grain, but for attention, and gave the girl a necklace of smooth black seeds. She grew into a woman who loved nights by the water. She married a boatman and outlived 2 floods. When she died, old, the headman forbade the ancient practice of placing a small water bowl under the bier to ease the crossing, calling it wasteful in a dry year. The midwife remembers arguing for it and losing. That night, the boatman swore he heard a soft knocking under the house, as if a tail tapped the pilings. The next season, the rains came late, and nobody could prove anything. Authority is a word shaped by mouths that do not have to carry water up a hill. First laughter, first fear. The boy laughs for the first time while the father recites the names of patties, a silly game that never stops being good. He stiffens for the first time when a thunderclap falls right on the roof. The grandmother clucks, notes the thunder without rain from last week, and strings it together with this. People talk about patterns, because patterns keep you from drowning in noise. She burns a sliver of resin in the copper bowl and fans the smoke toward the window. It wanders out and smears itself against daylight. At night, the river talks. It slaps the bank where a root has loosened. It hisses where a sandbar narrows the flow. The boy, half asleep, makes a tiny sound through his nose and turns his head toward that noise. Nobody misses it. He listens, the mother whispers, half proud and half afraid. The father places the copper bowl by the bed with a little water in it. So the sound can rest, he says, and feels silly, and leaves it anyway. What does belonging look like? Not all marked children stay marked. A scar fades, a caul dries and shatters in a gourd, a boy grows and chooses to love the forest more than the river. But some never lose the tilt of their attention. They learn to read shallow stripes like a language. They can smell rain before the first ant stirs. They keep a braid of river grass tucked into their sash on long journeys, a reminder not of fear, but of origin. Belonging can be a tether or a path. It depends where you walk. Many people still think that a birth sign makes destiny, not direction. So what do you think? A wider frame, quietly set beyond this hamlet, beyond this year, births pile up like wet seasons, each with its omens, its fuss, its private joy. Some will be recorded in temple talk, as kings learn to wrap old rivers in new words. By the time Angkor's stones rise, the first blocks notched in the late 9th century, whole avenues will be guarded by serpents, their 7 heads flaring like fans, their bodies bridging worlds. But here, in the centuries before that future hardens, a single thread bracelet against a small wrist is enough. The river does not need a causeway to speak. Tonight, they will hang a hammock close to the mother's mat. The grandmother will rub a thumb along the boy's brows and murmur the names of the months, lunar shapes remembered in her bones. The midwife will pack her herbs and braid up her hair and step into the rain-scented dark. She will listen for frogs, for the hoot that means a hunting owl, for the deep, distant cough of the river in flood. She will think of all the babies she has caught and all the signs she has cataloged, burn lines and birthmarks, eyes that open too early, fists that never unclench. She will wonder which ones were truly coils under the skin and which were only stories wrapped around fear, love, and a need to understand the water that never stops wanting. And in the house, on a clean reed mat, the boy will sleep. A breeze will lift the thin hair along his temple. Somewhere outside, a carp will make a lazy circle so slow it hardly counts as movement. The copper bowl will stand silent, empty of any sound but its own. The season changes almost without notice. The heat thickens, the fields yellow at the edges, and the river, usually so generous, shrinks to show its ribs, sandbars rising like pale animals, shallow bends whispering of secrets once drowned. In these exposed places, people grow cautious. They believe the serpent kings dislike being revealed. So when the water drops and stones shine where currents once ran, even children keep their distance. It is the season of omens, and those who live by water know better than to mock what might be resting there. scales and omens. In a pre-Angkorian world, the language of sign and symbol is everywhere. A streak of egrets lifting at noon, a fish leaping in the wrong place, thunder without rain, all are read as sentences. But nothing captures the mind like the sight of a scale. Sometimes it's only a fish, shed silver catching the sun. Other times, it's a patch of slick mud with a strange pattern, or a glimmering thread caught in roots. To those living by the Mekong or Tonle Sap, such signs can halt work, gather whispers, even send a family to an elder for guidance. The serpent, they believe, speaks in glimpses. A boy gathering snails might find a coil mark pressed in clay. A woman washing rice might feel something slide beneath her fingers that was too large for any fish she knows. It could be nothing, or it could be everything. And because rivers do not give back the drowned, and because floods can erase villages overnight, no one can afford to ignore such suggestions, the claimed ones. Earlier, we met the child with the caul and the copper bowl. He grows, and people watch him. They notice when he pauses at river's edge longer than his friends, when he seems restless on dry days, when storms calm him instead of frightening him. They remember the scale-shaped mark on his ribs. They do not speak of it openly, but at gatherings, when the headman chews betel, he glances at the boy's father. Sometimes he nods. Sometimes he does not. Others in the village have their own signs. A woman born during a flash flood who always travels with a cord of red thread around her ankle. A man who never eats river eels, claiming they stare too much like kin. These marks and habits create a hidden map of those claimed, a network of watchers and the watched, always tied to water, always one step inside another world. The hidden depths. The Mekong is only one face of this serpent country. Beneath its surface lie deep pools, caves that wind under limestone hills, springs that never run dry. The people do not separate these things. A spring miles inland is as much the serpent's breath as the river's main channel. They call certain caves doors, leaving offerings at the mouths, flowers, rice wine, bits of iron. Nobody dares enter far. They say tunnels run under mountains, linking waters as veins link the body. A sudden rise of water in one pool can mean a serpent has moved, and news of this might travel as quickly as gossip. Guardians and the living earth. In this culture, the land is not backdrop, it is actor. When the dry months reveal a sandbar shaped like a coiled body, people leave offerings. If a flood tears a new channel, they speak of it as an argument between unseen kings. The banyan's roots, the pebbles polished like jade, even the smell of silt after rain, all belong to the same breathing system. Animism here is not theory, it is fact by necessity. It's worth asking yourself, what would you believe if you watched your life rise and fall with a river's mood? If you lost a cousin to an overturned boat, but another came back with baskets so full of fish that a family ate well for weeks, wouldn't you read the water like a face? Wouldn't you feel for meaning in its smallest signs, mainstream glimpses? By the 7th century CE, inscriptions in Sambor Pre Cook mention kings whose lineages echo divine connection. Scholars debate whether these were metaphors or claims to power through the river cult. What's certain is that serpent imagery began to dominate artistic expression. Bronze bangles with spiral motifs, roof beams carved with heads flaring like cobras, and drums whose skins were painted with curling tails. All speak of an identity bound to water and serpent, a copper mask and a rumor. Among the traders, A story floats of a copper mask worn during rites. It was said to be hammered so thin it rang when struck. It bore 2 wide eyes and a nose of river fish, but its mouth was a slit edged with tiny copper teeth. The mask, they say, was used to speak for the serpent, worn by a man who stood waist deep in the water while others watched from shore. He would declare what the river wanted: a pig, a net mended, a bridge not yet attempted. No one knew if he guessed, lied, or truly heard, but the people obeyed. The mask vanished long ago, yet its shape lingers in memory: herbs, charms, and words to avoid. In this time, charms are as common as tools. Women wear beads of river clay baked hard. Men tie claws of animals not found in the water to their belts, a way of saying, "I am from the land, do not take me." Certain words are avoided near the river. They will not say dry when offering food. They will not call a serpent small. They will not joke about drowning. In a world where safety is never certain, respect is a kind of insurance. Case, at the sandbank, one account, preserved in fragments, tells of a village on the Moon River, perhaps in the 600s. A group of boys playing at the exposed sandbank found something like a ridge, faint but regular, pressed deep into the wet surface. The mark curved and looped, broader than any known snake. The next day, when the headman inspected it, the shape was gone, washed clean. But that night, the river rose suddenly, flooding a small stretch of field. No one was hurt, but a hut was carried away. The people spoke of it for years. Whether the ridge was real or simply play, the memory sharpened their sense that the water watches, crescendo approaches. These moments, small but charged, accumulate. A scale here, a sound there, a half-heard voice in a flood. The people begin to weave them together, layering meaning like mats on a floor. Soon, these fragments will grow into larger stories of spirits taking human brides, of serpent armies defending cities, of rituals to call the water's favor. But even before these legends harden, the lessons are clear. The river remembers, the serpent waits, and the people watch the banks with care. The season will shift again. The rains will come, and with them, the offerings will grow larger, the stakes higher. But for now, the villagers live between breaths, listening to what might be the quiet scrape of a scale against stone. It begins with a flicker over the water. The river, swollen now from early rains, seems to breathe steam under the warm night sky. Lanterns sway on bamboo poles, throwing trembling halos onto the muddy banks. Tonight, the village gathers for a festival unlike any ordinary feast. They come not to honor a king or mark a season, but to watch the river burn, the fire Naga. It is called by many names: Bang Phai Phaya Nak along the Mekong, Naga fireballs, the burning breath of a serpent king. In later centuries, these nights will draw pilgrims and tourists. In this early age, they belong only to the river people. At twilight, families kneel near the edge. Offerings are laid: trays of rice cakes, small gourds of rice wine, skewered fish charred over quick fires. Children clutch tiny drums, elders chew betel, red spit staining the earth. A conch sounds, low and resonant, like the throat of something vast. Then it happens. First one, then two. Small orbs of light rise silently from the surface, reddish, wavering like sparks blown by some unseen breath. They climb a few arm spans before fading, leaving only smoke and wonder. No splash follows. The water closes as quietly as it opened. Some say these lights are the Serpent King's breath, proof they are listening, pleased with the season's offerings. Others whisper of a battle below, fire escaping from jaws locked in combat. Even skeptics, those who roll their eyes at scales and omens, pause when the night births these floating flames. Because what else could they be? Gas from the deep? Spirits seeking air? Whatever the cause, the lights have a power older than explanation. They belong to wonder, ritual technology. The people do more than watch. They work to please and coax the unseen. Along the banks, shallow pits are dug and filled with scented herbs, lemongrass, galangal, charred coconut husk, whose smoke drifts low over the water. Conch shells are blown at intervals, their curved notes cutting through the chorus of frogs. Fishermen strike the surface with long poles, not to scare fish, but to mimic thunder, believed to wake the serpent kings. Children carry baskets of sticky rice balls rolled in the sesame and toss them upstream. Women tie offerings into banana leaf boats, coins, flowers, strands of hair, and push them gently into the current, watching the little craft turn and spin like leaves. Sometimes an offering stalls, circling in a shallow pool. The elders frown, then send another. Movement matters. The river must see that gifts do not hesitate. Would you have dared to sit at that edge? To feel the damp wind from the Mekong and wonder if the black water below hid a patient, coiling mind? Authority meets wonder. As these rites deepen, so too does control. Village leaders, seeing the excitement such nights bring, begin to formalize things. They appoint a keeper of offerings. They decide who can approach the bank and when. In later centuries, kings will order entire processions, priests chanting while noblemen release golden trays into the flood. But here, in these earlier centuries, the rituals are still woven by ordinary hands. Not everyone agrees. A young man scoffs at the festival, muttering that fireballs are tricks of gas. An older woman silences him with a glance. This is not a night for loose tongues. Perhaps she remembers an earlier flood. Perhaps she simply fears bad luck. Mainstream glimpse centuries later, inscriptions at temples like Wat Pho and Angkor will frame the Naga as royal protectors. Archaeologists find Naga balustrades coiling along staircases, stone heads fanned wide, each mouth holding another. But the fire on the river belongs to no temple. It belongs to those who believed before the stones, before the kings, before the scribes. Crosscut of faith and curiosity. Among the crowd, a traveler from another settlement watches closely. He counts the lights, notes the spacing, wonders if a chemical cause lies hidden in the mud. He will tell this story differently when he returns home, not of serpent breath, but of strange gases and tricks of sight. Yet even he keeps his hands respectful, for he knows that stories travel faster than boats. He knows how people cling to wonder, the lesson of light. For the villagers, these fireballs are not spectacle alone. They are signs. A bright, high flame means good fishing, strong harvests. A low, wavering light might warn of sickness or thin rains. People whisper interpretations, but none will speak too boldly, because to predict is to challenge, and the serpent is not to be challenged. Echoes beyond the bank. The child with the call is here, sitting on his mother's lap. He watches the river as if it were speaking to him. His small hands curl when the lights rise. He leans forward as if to follow. The grandmother feels a tremor of pride and fear. The midwife, seeing this, remembers other children and other signs. She murmurs something like a prayer, but keeps it soft. Across the river, a bamboo raft drifts. Its pilot lights a small torch and beats the water once with his pole, an old custom to greet the unseen. For a heartbeat, the torch's flame and the fireball's glow reflect together on the black water, two lights rising and falling like mirrored thoughts. And as the night deepens, the villagers stay. Some drowse, some chew, some pray. But all of them, for at least this one evening, are watchers of a moving mystery. Children again, waiting for the river to breathe. The fires fade, but the image lingers long after the festival ends. In the hush that follows, something shifts. The river is not only a provider or a mystery, it is becoming a throne. Guardians or tyrants? By now, serpent images are appearing in more than festivals. Wooden posts at meeting grounds are carved with curling bodies. Bronze bowls carry delicate scale patterns. Clay roof tiles show heads fanned wide, tongues curling in stone. The Naga is no longer only at the riverbank. It moves into houses, into the center of life, into the language of rule. This is the time when small chiefdoms are shaping themselves into something greater. Leaders understand that power is part spectacle, part belief. A man can hold a spear, but a spear does not make people kneel. What makes them kneel is fear, wonder, and the sense that something larger is watching. The Serpent Kings are perfect for this. Ancient, unseen, unpredictable. Chiefs claim they dream with the Naga. Some wear amulets said to hold shed scales. Others stage rites where they pour rice wine into sacred pools and swear to keep the river's favor. Would you believe a man more if he said the water itself bends to him, carving fear into stone? Pre-Angkorian shrines at Sambor, Pre-Cook, Isanapura give hints. Though many carvings are worn, some lintels show serpent forms guarding doors. 7-headed figures, known later across Cambodia and Laos, are already imagined here. Bodies coiled, heads fanned like guardians, a line of watchers before the sacred. These are not small decorations. They are statements. They say, inside this space, power is doubled. Human and serpent, earth and water. The serpent's image spreads because it fits many needs. It protects. Serpents keep demons away, they say. It warns. The Naga is fierce when angered. And it impresses. No villager can see 7 heads carved above a doorway and not feel something stir. Temple keepers and the people. This growth of image creates tension. Rituals that were once simple family affairs become matters for priests and keepers. At the village edge, an elder might still pour rice water into the soil, but in the new shrines, offerings grow larger, more public. Clay jars painted with coiled designs are lined at sanctuaries. Women weave mats for sacred pools. The headman takes notice, seeing how faith draws people together. Not everyone welcomes this. A fisherman grumbles that the river listened long before the priests arrived. A mother shakes her head at the cost of a pig for the shrine when her children need shoes. Yet she too will slip a flower into the water because habit and fear are old friends, living between two worlds. This is the age of syncretism, though the people would not call it that. Brahmin priests arrive with chants, bringing Hindu gods whose worlds blend into the land's own spirits. They speak of Vishnu and Shiva, of cosmic serpents like Ananta. Villagers nod, sometimes understanding, sometimes not. To them, the Naga they know is a cousin, maybe even the same creature, only with a new name. Old animist beliefs and new cosmologies meet at the water's edge, not fighting, but twining like vines. Imagine hearing this from a stranger. Your serpent is part of our God story. It holds the world. Would it make your serpent smaller or greater? Power and politics. As leaders claim closer ties to the Naga, laws shift. A dispute over fields might be settled with a ritual. Both families meet at a shrine, swear before a serpent carving. To break an oath here is to break it twice, against man and spirit. The Naga becomes a judge, silent but heavy. Rumors spread of nobles who refuse to travel without serpent emblems stitched to their tunics. A courtier, some say, drowned in the shallow water after mocking an offering. The story grows, each telling. Whether true or not, it serves its purpose. The people adjust. The villagers adapt. They give what they can, but they keep their smaller rights. A flower at a boat's prow, a whispered thanks when a fish jumps, a charm of beads and bones near the bed of a sick child. They trust the Naga, but they also trust themselves. They know the river gives and takes, regardless of stone or priest. Mainstream glimpse historians believe these centuries, roughly 6th-8th CE, saw Chenla's expansion, a precursor to the Khmer Empire. The serpent motifs, now found on surviving lintels, coins, and pottery, suggest a wide, shared language of water and power. While stone preserves the idea, it is the people who carried it: boatmen, farmers, mothers, midwives. Without them, no shrine would matter. Small stories. Quiet power. A boy at the shrine sees a snake slip across a path. It is only a water snake, not a king, but he watches it with held breath. A woman leaves an egg near a carved stone, just in case. An elder wakes at night and hears rain, soft, steady, like scales on a roof. These are the moments that keep the serpent alive, even as kings rise and fall. By day, the shrines look ordinary, quiet under sun. By night, when the river breathes mist, the serpent seems close again. And whether carved in wood or whispered in song, it waits, watching, coiled at the edge of memory, ready to move when the world tilts. The line between worlds softens further as new stories take root. By now, the river is no longer just a road or a harvest giver. It has become a stage for encounters between human and spirit. The serpent kings are not only feared, but courted, woven into the daily rhythms of life, a marriage of worlds. Across the Mekong basin and its tributaries, people begin telling tales of love, unlikely, shimmering unions between serpent and human. Some are simple. A fisherman saves a snake, and the snake repays him by becoming a beautiful woman. Others are royal. A Naga princess rises from a pool beneath a banyan tree, choosing a young chief for a husband, sealing his bloodline with water's favor. These stories are more than entertainment. They are lessons wrapped in wonder. They say, the river will give if you honor it. They say, power is not just taken by force, but also given by bond. In some versions, the Naga bride cannot stay long, returning to her world beneath the water. In others, she stays, bearing children whose dreams are full of rain. The message is always clear. The river chooses whom it will love, and those chosen must respect its moods, echoes in history. Hints of these ideas survive in later chronicles. In the Khmer royal genealogy, legends of serpent ancestry appear again and again. Some speak of a queen who came from the deep, her wedding feast held at the mouth of the Mekong. Coins and seals from the 7th and 8th centuries often show serpent motifs curled beside royal symbols. Even now, at Angkor Wat, the long balustrades are held by sculpted Nagas, guardians of the sacred. But before these stones, there were stories, told by firelight, of a woman stepping out of the river with wet hair shining like scales. Rituals of union. When a leader claimed such a bond, the proof was in the ritual. The couple, or sometimes just the man standing in for both, would go to the water's edge at night. Offerings were given, bowls of rice, blood from a sacrifice, a crown of leaves floated downstream. Witnesses spoke of sudden ripples, strange lights, or even the sight of something vast sliding just below the surface. Would you have believed it? If your chief stood before you and said, "I am bound to the river," and the rains came, the paddies filled, the fish nets swelled with silver, would you doubt his words? The children of such unions. These unions were not only about rulers. Tales tell of children born with unusual marks, a faint lattice on the skin, a soft shine in the eyes, a restlessness near water. Some were seen as lucky, others were watched with caution. These children were said to have a foot in each world. They were often kept close, taught to fish early, discouraged from angering the river. In some stories, they vanished young, called home by unseen coils. The authorities' embrace. As kingdoms grew, these stories gained political power. A ruler who claimed serpent ancestry was more than a man. He was chosen, part of something larger, untouchable. This claim could unite villages or silence enemies, and when Brahmin priests and later Buddhist monks folded their teachings into these beliefs, the Naga became not only a lover, but also a protector of the faith. Sculptures showed them shielding Buddhas, their coils forming thrones. The people nodded. They already knew the serpent could guard what it loved, quiet resistance. Still, not everyone agreed. Some elders whispered that too much stone and too many priests could turn a living river into a silent one. They preferred the smaller rites: a coin tossed at dawn, a song sung at dusk, the memory of a woman who once married a serpent but lived simply among her people. These were the stories that kept the Naga human enough to touch. A case remembered. In one village, an old tale speaks of a girl named Van. She disappeared near a flooded cave and returned days later with a copper ring she could not explain. The ring was shaped like a coiled snake. She said nothing about where she had been, but she never feared the water again. When she died old and respected, the ring was buried with her. People still point to the cave, though it is long sealed with mud, and call it the door. A broader web travelers carried these tales beyond borders. To the west, the great Indian epics told of serpent beings, Nagas, under mountains and oceans. To the east, in the hills of Vietnam, stories spoke of shining dragons. Cultures met at markets and at river mouths. Myths exchanged glances like merchants. The Pre-Angkorian serpent bride may have been cousin to many. By the close of this period, the serpent is no longer simply hidden. It is part of marriage, part of law, part of faith. It watches from lintels, slides through lullabies, coils in the minds of those who till the earth. And somewhere, perhaps under a muddy bend, perhaps deep in a cave, the water swells as if listening to the stories told about it. Before first light, the river hides in a gray shawl of mist. Oars knock softly against boat rims, knuckles drum once on wood and go still. Men stand in two narrow lines along the bank, hair tied, chests painted with ochre and turmeric in crossing bands that look, in the half-light, like faint scales. The headman paces the line with a reed switch, but the real authority, everyone feels, is the water drifting at their ankles. If war is coming, it will come on this road of moving glass. If defense is possible, it will come from what lives under it. They do not call themselves soldiers. They are farmers, fishers, boatmen, who have learned the river's moods with the patience of people who must live long. Yet there is a story tied to each spear shaft, a charm on each wrist, and a prayer in each mouth. The story is always the same at its core. When people must defend their homes, the Naga, serpent kings of the deep, can be called to stand beside them. Warriors of the deep. The tales run like braids, one strand simple and hard, another glimmering and strange. In the plain strand, men use what the river gives, currents, reeds, fog, shoals, and defeat stronger enemies because they read the water better. In the shining strand, an ally moves beneath the surface, immense and patient, curling its body to send a sudden wave under an enemy's hull or to pull at a rudder at the wrong moment. Both strands are told in the same breath. No one bothers to sort them. Victory is a truth large enough to hold more than one cause. The headman raises the reed switch. Behind him, a boy. The child with the caul, now long-limbed, eyes river-keen, holds a coil of rope and stares into the shallows as if someone waits there. The midwife, older, watches from the bank with the grandmother. They do not like days like this. They know how quickly the river can turn from ally to judge. River armory weapons for water are different from weapons for land. Spears are light and narrow, with leaf heads hammered thin so they do not drag. Shields are wicker, lacquered in layers with sticky sap, so they float if dropped. Boat prows are carved with open serpent mouths, Nagas whose tongues curl back along the gunwale. To cut the current, the carver says, but everyone hears the other meaning, to announce where loyalty lies. Net weights jingle on belts, not for fishing, but to throw at an oar to tangle it. Bundles of river grass are tied under the sterns as mufflers. Even the paint has a purpose. The ochre and turmeric bands are not only for show. They taste bitter to fish and to some say to spirits. So if a body falls, the river recognizes it and lets it go. Herbs burn in clay braziers. The smoke smells of lemongrass and galangal again, but also of something sharper, crushed beetle flour. To wake the coils, the keeper of offerings mutters. Conch shells rest on mats, mouths up, waiting to be wetted. Copper bowls stand half full beside reed baskets. Everything here has been used for birth and marriage rites. Now the same kit becomes a war chest. Ritual technology, the villagers would not call it that, but they know each step as a sequence of causes: smoke, sound, gift, call. A mainstream glimpse of power's edges. Far downstream and across floodplain, a change of order is already on record. Chinese annals note that Chenla, supplants Funan in the late 6th to early 7th century CE by the reign of Isanavarman, c. 616-635, the new capital of Isanapura, now Sambor Pre Kuk, anchors authority in the interior. Royal names, Bhavavarman, Isanavarman, enter the stream of time like stones set in a current. On village banks like this one, people do not say those names often, but they feel the push and pull of new chiefs, new taxes, new oaths. When rulers expand along the river highways, villages either pay, flee, or resist. And when they resist, they do it here, at the water's skin, where a serpent's curve might be persuaded to turn a battle. Case file: the raid at Red Sand, c. 620 CE. There is a story the elders pass in a low voice, perhaps traced to the Moon River country, told to a trader who carved it on a palm leaf, later lost to mildew. The date is given as the year of 3 thin rains, likely early 7th century. A column of war canoes comes upriver at dawn, oars feathering with the precision of men who have drilled long. Their prows carry bird heads, not serpent mouths. They are not of this river, people say. Their leaders have mocked the local rites, refused to leave offerings at the ford. The headman of Red Sand gathers his men and his small flotilla in a slough behind a sand tongue, hidden while the main channel runs by. He sends 2 boys ahead with baskets of ash and rice husk. He tells them to sprinkle in lines where the current shears, so the eddy lines will show like snakes laid out for the eye. At the shrine cove, a woman, some tell it as our midwife, though the timelines blur, blows the conch 3 times, short, then long, then short again. Men lift the copper bowls and pour. They prick their thumbs and let the drops fall into water so brown it looks like tea. A small pig is offered. The blood whips scarlet in the flood, then disappears. For favor, not fury, the headman says aloud, careful, as if the river overhears syntax. The enemy canoes angle into the bend, confident. The villagers let them pass, then push out silently into the backflow. They know this bend. They know the exact moment when the channel narrows and the bank undercuts. They throw net weights low to catch oars, launch wicker shields like rafts to force rival boats to swerve, and strike the water with poles to create confusion patterns upon confusion. It would be enough. But then the tale tilts. A swell rises where no swell should be. A long back presses the surface with the sound of a sigh, and an enemy canoe lifts and spins as if a hand has turned it. Men gasp, our side and theirs. In another breath, foam stutters along the bank with the regular rhythm of something moving under it. 7. Someone counts, without meaning to. 7 pulses, the old number. The enemy formation shreds. 2 boats ground on the tongue of red sand. Another collides, oars shattering like dry sticks. By noon, the river is empty again, save for a few shields floating mouth up, like quiet turtles. What exactly happened? Tacticians among the villagers point, later, to the ash lines that showed the shear, to the trick of wicker shield rafts. Priests point to the pig's blood still staining the mud where the offering bowl tipped. Those who watched say they felt a weight move under their feet through the floor of the boat, a pressure like a slow drum. They do not say the word miracle. They say favor, and favor expects repayment, oaths at the ford. After such a defense, oaths must be made. The men strip the paint from their chests and smear new bands with calmer hands. The headman stands in the shallows up to his knees, and his voice goes low. He swears not to fish the sacred pool in drought. He promises to carve and set 2 serpent heads at the village landing. He agrees, most difficult of all, to arbitrate border disputes at the shrine, not at the threshing ground, so that the Naga stands as witness to human quarrels. A judge with no tongue is still a judge, the grandmother mutters, half proud, half wary. Would you have made that oath? Put your village's disputes under the eye of something you cannot call and cannot question? Reading the water-like track training never stops. Boys are taught to see the invisible. A cut reed is stuck in the water. If it leans at a certain angle and trembles with a certain tempo, a submerged log is moving under the bank. If foam strings out in an S shape, someone has just paddled there, though they left no ripple. If dragonflies hover low and motionless, the air is heavy over a back eddy. A small boat there will seem to stand still against the current. Good for ambush, bad for retreat. Investigators of the river become scouts of a sort. They do not look for footprints. They look for thumbprints of flow and small chins of sand raised like hackles. The boy with the call learns quickly. He floats dyed rice, as the headman did at Red Sand, in 3 colors: black for the main thrust, red for the shear, white for the slack. He watches how the grains separate and knows where oars will bite and where they will turn useless. He carves a small serpent onto the handle of his paddle, not as a badge, but as a reminder that a body's curve and a river's curve must agree, or the paddle will fight you. Another file. The Siege of 3 Roots, c. 670 CE. Farther north, stories knot around a river fort called 3 Roots, named for a banyan whose roots enter the water like 3 thick ropes. A band of raiders, some say mercenaries of a distant chief, others say wild men of the plateau, pin the fort from land while a string of small boats holds the riverside. The fort is low, a ring of earth, a stockade of sharpened bamboo, a ditch that stinks in the sun. Inside, women braid cords, old men heat sap for lacquer, boys stamp clay to patch leaks. A messenger slips out by night, promises at the shrine, returns with the simple instruction the river always gives when asked for strategy. Wait, then move when the current moves. On the 7th night, thunder walks the horizon but holds its reign. The conch blows, 3 longs this time, then a short, because the keeper of offerings dreamt of a dark coil. Defenders tip jars of fish oil into the ditch so torches will burn brighter and longer. They smear the stockade with wet clay so sparks do not catch. On the river, something begins to rise. Not a creature, not even a wave, but a slow lift of the whole skin of water, as if a chest swells to take in breath. The attackers in boats laugh at first, then their oars bite nothing, air where water just was, and their timing breaks. The defenders push out 3 small canoes, each with a man in the stern who does not paddle, only watches the water and bangs twice on the hull when he feels the hidden pull. On each bang, the bowman casts a net not to catch fish, but to catch arms and faces. The nets stink of anchovy mash. Eyes sting, men curse, and in the confusion, the canoes slice between the attackers and the bank to peel the string away. On land, nothing heroic happens. No single duel, no ringing shout, but the fort holds. In the morning, the banyan's 3 roots look thicker, though of course wood does not grow overnight. Still, the name feels earned anew. Honor and fear, bound by river law. After these events, the serpent's image grows even in places where men swear they are practical. Boat prows that once carried bird heads take on serpents instead. Helmets, really just thick caps of quilted cloth, are stitched with a scale pattern. A small bronze token showing a coiled body is tied under the prow as a gate pass, an old charm that says, "I belong here." Traders who ignore such things sometimes find themselves refused a berth or sold sour wine. Whole villages keep their manners with images, a traveler writes in a later note, amused and slightly superior. He misses the point. The image is not decoration. It is a compact. Our house keeps the rules of this water. Who counts the cost? The grandmother asks harder questions at the midwife's hearth. If the serpent helps us in war, do we owe more than offerings? Do we owe obedience? The midwife pokes the brazier and watches sparks jump like tiny fish. Obedience to what? She asks. To the men who claim to speak for the river? Or to the river itself? There is a difference, and the village feels it keenly as chiefs consolidate power. It is one thing to pour wine for a presence you sense in your bones. It is another to hand your fishing rights to a man with a braided belt, because he says a serpent told him so. The clash in the making Brahmin specialists and Buddhist monks begin to codify what has long been absorbed by osmosis. They bring terms: Dharma for order, Naga for serpent, Vrata for vow. They hold rites on steps of sanctuaries where stone serpents already coil. Their chants are lovely, and their calendars work well enough. Many villagers welcome the structure, the predictability. But structure has edges. An edict declares a certain ford closed on certain days for royal offerings. A fine appears for those who fish too near a shrine. A complaint is filed when a family leaves a pig at a pool not on the appointed festival. This is not yet the confrontation that will swell later, but it is its beginning. The serpent moving from neighbor to institution. Signals and sounds. Conch, drum, and pole create a water language that can be learned like a script. One long blast on the conch means hold, 3 short means eddy turn, a long, then short, then long means break line. Drums carry farther over water than voices. A single drum at the village landing can tell a man 2 bends downstream whether he should hug the outer curve or cut across the grain. Poles slapped in deliberate rhythms on the surface throw echoes a boatman can interpret. 4 sharp strikes might mean shallows. A rolling rattle made by dragging the pole tip might mean shoal to port. In the festival nights, these sounds call the serpent. In war dawns, they call men to act like a serpent would, coiling, striking, not meeting force with force, but with a sudden curve. Skeptics, always. There are always men who mutter into their areca nut that currents, not kings below, won the day. Their skepticism is not a crime. It is a relief. The village needs them too, to say aloud what some fear to think. But even the skeptical wear a blue thread on such mornings, tucked under the sleeve seam. Even they touch the prow's serpent mouth before they push off, just with 2 fingers and no words. Insurance, nothing more, they say, and spit red into the dirt to show they mean it. Economy of a serpent. Road. Where battles are told, markets follow. A place where the river, turned for us, becomes a place where fish sellers call out louder, where potters scratch coils into cups because buyers ask, where a charm maker sets up with his tray of tooth, bead, and baked clay scale. A tax taker from a distant court hears that goods move easier here, protected, and a small levy appears on boats that pass the serpent carving. The headman groans, the market sighs, but the levy is paid because the story itself is now part of safety. Pay the serpent, pay the man who keeps the serpent's steps. The saying grows bitterly neat. Memory as drill children play the battle at red sand with sticks for oars and mats for shields. They throw lines of black rice as pretend ash to see the shear. They shout when the invisible swell rises and tip their toy boats. They learn the rhythm of cunning. Let the stronger rush, then cut him with a curve. In the learning, the myth hardens, not necessarily as literal serpent intervention, but as a pattern of survival. Do not meet larger force head-on. Learn the water better than the man who comes to take it from you. A question for you, if you had been there. Knees in the brown flood, the copper bowl's rim cold in your hand, the conch's call buzzing your ribs. Would you have believed the swell under the enemy's boat was a coil? Or would you have believed only in ash lines and eddy reading and the steady courage of men who know their river? Does it matter which belief you choose if both led to the same defense? What would you have done when the headman swore judgment to the ford? Clapped, or kept your eyes on the water to see if it nodded? Night drills and river council. On the long evenings after the raid season's end, training becomes a kind of dance. Boats slide in silence, men breathe in unison. Paddles enter and leave the surface without a sound. A keeper of offerings hums a song that is also a count. The boy with the call sits at the prow sometimes at the stern, learning to feel the boat under him as if it were a very long, coiled animal deciding where to go. The midwife watches and tells herself she is making sure no one drowns. The grandmother mutters that boys are smoke, always wanting to rise. Neither woman says the deepest truth. They are watching to see if the boy belongs to the Naga enough to leave or to stay, because some who are claimed by water cannot bear land for long. From river to banner, word of victories tied to the water travels upward. A small chief paints a serpent on his standard. Another orders a carver to make a double-headed Naga for his gate. At a sanctuary far away, a Brahmin recites a verse naming cosmic serpents as beds of gods and, without intending, loosens the knot that ties village belief to royal claim. If the serpent carries the world, a courtier reasons, surely it carries my title. The thought is not wicked. It is simply convenient. In time, that convenience will become policy. For now, the river sighs and breathes and turns. The men stack their oars, wipe the ochre from their arms, and carry the serpent-prowed boats up into the trees where the flood will not reach. The copper bowls go back to births and marriages. The conch returns to the shelf above the hearth. The boy coils the rope and sits on the bank alone until the mist burns away. Tomorrow, the elders will speak of restraint. You cannot always ask for help and remain free. You cannot always paint scales and call it wisdom. And yet, when a foreign canoe noses into a bend with a bird head on its prow and no offering dish in its belly, who among them will not glance at the water's skin and hope? The river changes character as the season deepens. Rainfall thickens the banks. The green returns in waves across the paddies, and the water rises brown and swift, curling around roots that had been dry only weeks before. The people know this time is generous but dangerous. What the river gives, it can also take, and its moods are read with care. When a canoe tips unexpectedly or a fisherman goes missing, the talk turns to offense, not chance. Somewhere, someone failed to show respect. Somewhere, someone forgot the old words, how to repel a king. Fear and respect grow side by side. Though the serpent kings are often seen as guardians, their temper is said to be as sudden as a monsoon gust. Villagers learn not only how to call on them, but how to keep a safe distance. When water surges too high, when nets tear without cause, when a harvest rots even in the field, they look to remedies. These are not random habits. They are layers of advice carried from one generation to the next. One such practice is the hanging of bitter herbs above doors. Leaves of neem, twigs of tamarind, sprigs of holy basil, plants whose smells cut the air sharply, are thought to repel restless spirits. Another is the scattering of lime powder along the steps of a house, the pale dust shining like a warning. Children are told never to spill cooking water near the bank. Even waste is given back to the land, not the river, unless it is blessed. If an ill-omened dream comes, a serpent black as the night, a tail thrashing in a dry yard, a family may close its doors, smear turmeric on their thresholds, and burn dried chilies to send up a sharp smoke. The belief is not that they can harm the serpent, but that they can signal, "We are not yours today." Protective charms and words to avoid. Charms are woven into daily life. Amulets made from river stone, polished smooth, are tied on cords and worn at the waist. Bangles carved with small snake heads are placed on infants, not to call but to remind the unseen that these are children of the village. farmers tuck dried fish bones into their belts when working far from home, a talisman said to confuse wandering spirits. Words, too, are treated with caution. Certain names are avoided near the water, nicknames that might mock or belittle. Instead, euphemisms are used: the long one, the elder coil, the silent. These soften the sound, keeping power at a polite distance. A fisherman may speak of the guest instead of the serpent. This careful language draws a line: respect without provocation. A story of overstep. In a hamlet near a narrow gorge, a group of young men once carved a crude serpent head into the rock and laughed as they threw stones at it. That night, a flash flood came without warning, tearing through the lower paddies and sweeping away a bridge. It could have been chance. Storms far upstream sometimes create sudden surges, but the tale hardened into a lesson. Do not make the river a joke, the elders say. The story is told whenever someone is tempted to boast too loudly or test the unknown, authority and boundaries. As chiefdoms grow, leaders take an interest in these protections. Edicts are passed. Certain banks are marked off limits. Certain pools forbidden for fishing. Not all villagers like it. Some believe the chiefs use the serpent's name to control people, charging fines for things once free. Others accept it as necessary order. Either way, the serpent's reach extends, from water to field to the voices of men. Would you have challenged it? Imagine standing on a bank with the smell of wet earth and smoke around you, hearing that a section of river is now sacred, closed to nets. Would you risk defiance? Would you take your line to the water anyway, thinking only of your hungry children? And if a sudden eddy pulled at your feet, what would you tell yourself? That it was only current, or that someone, something, noticed? Mainstream glimpse. By the mid-7th century CE, evidence of serpent symbols appears widely across early Chenla territories. Bronze bracelets with snake motifs are unearthed in burial sites. Fragments of carved lintels show intertwined coils, heads rising like guardians. These are not just decorations, but signals of belonging. Inscriptions suggest that communities who honored local spirits often thrived under royal favor, blending tribute to kings with tribute to the unseen, remedies and restorations. When things go wrong, a boat overturned, a child feverish, a field struck by sudden blight, there are ways to cool the water. Some families build tiny rafts from banana stem, load them with sweets, betel and oil, and send them adrift. Others visit shrines inland, away from the main current, to offer a chicken or a jar of honey. One rare but remembered practice is to drop a single bright coin into a deep pool. Silver, in particular, is seen as calming. Moonlight sunk where sunlight cannot reach. Skeptics and their place. Even here, a few roll their eyes. They speak of currents, of fish migrations, of weather patterns. Yet even they pause when a black ribbon moves at the edge of sight, or when lightning dances without thunder across a flooded field. And even they will help tie a sprig of bitter leaf above the door when a dream unsettles the house. It costs little to be safe. Everyday life. Layered protection becomes habit, not weight. Mothers light incense without drama. Fathers pour out the first sip of rice wine before drinking. Children learn to step back from the edge when the water darkens. A village's wisdom is not always written. It is spoken in the rhythm of chores, and so, between awe and caution, the people live. They greet the river each morning and thank it each night. They fear it enough to keep its name soft on their tongues. but not so much that they forget it is also friend and lifeline. For them, the serpent is both guest and host, protector and rival, patient but never fully tame. Somewhere beneath the surface, unseen coils slide past a sunken log. No one notices, but everyone, somehow, moves with a little more care. The air grows heavy. Clouds stack on the horizon like slow-moving walls, and the river swells with silted rain. Traders hurry, paddles biting deeper. Villagers pull in nets early, eyes flicking toward the sky, muttering about old agreements. They know this season's dangers, not just water, but people. And not just people, but power. The silent magistrates. By now, chiefs and priests are not the only ones paying attention to the serpent. Messengers arrive from inland courts, carrying edicts tied with palm leaf strips. They speak of sacred pools that must be kept free of boats, of new offerings required, of punishments for offenses. The tone is careful, half respectful, half administrative. To the villagers, it feels like a stranger putting rules to their oldest habits. The river does not speak, but the courts do. A magistrate stands at a shrine carved with a coiling form, reading a proclamation. No drums, no torches, just words. No fishing here, no bathing there, no harvest without notice. His sandals are dry when he returns to his canoe. The villagers' feet are wet, still in the mud. Faith meets law. The people know the river's moods. They have charms, chants, quiet apologies. But now those acts are watched, counted. A family who once set a chicken adrift in thanks must now bring it to a shrine supervised by scribes. An elder whose prayers used to belong to the dusk must share them with men who dip a reed into ink. The Naga is still present, but its name is now written, not just spoken. Not all obey. A fisherman is caught casting nets in a forbidden backwater. The fine is steep. Some whisper he was unlucky. Others say the serpent's anger was claimed by the magistrates for themselves. The man shrugs, keeps his coins hidden next time. Would you have challenged it? When power moves onto paper, who does it serve? Would you have stood by the shrine and argued, saying the river was never theirs to own? Or would you have lowered your head, knowing that men with words often stand behind men with spears? Cross-currents of belief. Brahmin priests weave the serpent deeper into doctrine. They speak of cosmic waters, of Ananta, the infinite serpent on which Vishnu rests, of kings favored because their blood is braided with water. Buddhist monks arrive too, bringing gentler stories. The serpent shielding the Buddha from storms, coils forming a throne for compassion. The villagers listen, nodding. The names are new, but the shape is familiar. Serpent, protector, judge. These roles fit no matter the tongue. Small frictions. Some villagers begin to resent. The serpent is ours, they mutter. It lived here before temples, before courts. But they are careful. They still light incense. They still pour water. Resistance is quiet. A flower tossed where no one sees. A charm hung in a tree instead of at a shrine. Some practices go underground, like streams beneath rock. Mainstream glimpse. By the late 7th century CE, inscriptions multiply. On stone, serpent heads stretch like banners. On coins, scales shine in shallow relief. At Wat Pho, early shrines are aligned to water, guarded by carved Nagas. At Angkor, fragments show priests with serpent standards. These are not remote decorations. They are symbols of power flowing from water to man, a case of quiet defiance. There is a story from a village downstream. A magistrate ordered the removal of small altars near the ferry landing, saying only the royal shrine could receive offerings. That night, rain fell hard and the river rose 2 cubits above its banks. A house was lost. The magistrate returned, pale, and allowed the altars to be rebuilt. Whether it was chance or omen, the story stuck. The river likes its own company, the people say. The child grows. The boy with the caul is taller now, strong from carrying water jars and bending in the paddies. His eyes still turn to the current. He watches the magistrate's boat pass and does not bow too deeply. At night, he walks to the smaller pools, placing leaves and drops of oil without being seen. His grandmother says nothing. The midwife only smiles. Some things cannot be fined. Sounds of the old ways. The copper bowl still rings. The conch still moans low across the water. A bitter leaf still hangs at a doorframe when thunder moves too close. Despite all the rules, the unseen remains unruled. A question for you. Would you trust the river more or the men with ink? If the serpent gave you fish, but the court took a coin, whose voice would you heed? The magistrate's words fade into the archives, but the people's quiet acts continue. They know what the paper cannot hold. A current that shifts, a ripple that warns, the silence before a storm that feels like someone breathing. At first light, the drums return, low and measured, muffled by wet air. The river has swollen until it presses its shoulder into the reeds, a brown flank slick as oil. The magistrate's canoe noses in, the prow painted with new red swirls, and men lift crates to the bank. Copper bowls polished bright, strings of marigold, jars thick with ghee, clarified butter for lamps and rites. A Brahmin from inland steps down carefully, robes held, lips moving as if the rhythm of the paddle still carries in him. The headman waits, bareheaded, ankle-deep, gazing not at the priest or the magistrate, but at the slowness of the current along the inner bend. He is measuring. He is remembering. They have called this gathering because 3 signs walked the banks in the last fortnight. First, thunder without rain for 7 nights. Second, bright fish surfacing at noon and rolling on their sides as if to show their eyes. Third, a dream, told by a woman who does not exaggerate, of a wide black coil under the ferry rope, brushing it once, twice, and then holding it taut. No one says the word anger, but everyone steps as if the ground could decide to slip. The boy with the caul is given a task. Carry water in 2 clay jars from the shallow where the bank makes a little step, and keep it clean. His grandmother touches his shoulder. The midwife gives him a thread to tie above his elbow. Not a charm, she says aloud, only a way to remember which arm not to tire first. He grins. Her tiny jokes have always been ballast in the heavy air. The magistrate unrolls a palm leaf with a ribbon of inked letters. His voice is clear, rehearsed. The rite, he proclaims, will be conducted at the ford of 7 reeds, where the channel draws narrow and the current speaks in one tongue. The Brahmin will lead with the court's authority. No offerings are to be cast except those he names, no drums struck except when he signals, no household altars lit while the river's altar burns. He nods to the headman, a gesture both respectful and final. The headman breathes, counts, lets the count dissolve. He bows. The village moves like a body made of many kinds of patience. A 7th century account. When the river turned red. Later. A trader will scratch the story with a bone point onto a palm leaf that lies for decades in a lacquer tube and then is lost to mildew. Another fragment will be told at a market 200 bends away. A Chinese envoy will hear a version of it third hand while being served fish that tastes faintly of silt. Dates will wander, but the setting settles around the early 7th century CE, in that long span when Chenla's inland courts gather weight after Funan's decline and Isanavarman In's name begins to anchor oaths at Isanapura, Sambor Pre-Cook. No one in this hamlet has carved a date on stone, but the smell of ghee lamps and wet reed is always the same. The priest orders the lamps set on a low plank at the edge. 12 dishes of ghee with cotton wicks, their flames steady as if the air has been trained. He marks the ground with ash in 3 arcs, then draws a straight line through them with the edge of his hand. The villagers watch closely. This is not how they shape a safe circle. Their keeper of offerings habitually draws a figure of 2 curves that never meet, space for a spirit to pass without catching a sleeve. The Brahmin's line feels like a gate slamming. The magistrate does not notice. The headman does, but his mouth stays still. A pig is let in, its ears pricked as if listening for a different ending. The village butchers, when they must kill, use bamboo slivers. Bamboo remembers water. Its edge is believed to ask instead of demand. The priest's assistant draws a small iron blade from a cloth. Iron is a good metal for plow and nail, the midwife thinks, but wrong for this. She says nothing. She has seen too many births veer because the wrong tool took the first cut. The conch lifts, the sound climbs, coils once around the bend, returns like a slower twin. The priest chants in a river of syllables older than the alphabet this bank knows. The words land on the water and spread thin, like oil. Ghee flames bow and bow again. The boy with the caul carries his jars to the plank and sets them down. He does not watch the priest. He watches a faint paleness begin to creep in the current on the far side, a chalky tint that could be sunlight misplaced, or silt turned from the bottom by something's long back, or simply the river's mood lighting its teeth. The cut is quick, practiced, clean. The pig stills. Blood spills into a copper bowl, dark at first, then brightening as it thins. The assistant tips it. The red sheet unfurls, bright against brown water, then curls into tendrils. People do not gasp. This is not their first blood, but a sound moves through them, a shared lowering of breath. Upstream, a bank of laterite, iron-rich red clay, has been complaining all week. Rain has undercut it. The roots that stitched it to itself have loosened. A slab chooses this hour to go. From a distance, it is only a pause in the color of the bank, and then a crumble. Close to the surface, it is a heavy rust, billowing like smoke does when a fire hesitates. The first tongue of that red reaches the ford just as the copper bowl empties. The pig's offering, a natural collapse. The priest's own saffron robe ghosted on the water. 3 reds that find each other and make a 4th, larger than any of them would have been alone. Someone says very softly, "It is turning." The word ripples. For a time that could be a minute or the long pull of a net, the river shows a color it rarely wears. The brown loses its yellow. The red takes it hostage. The ford looks like a bed of crushed beetle. Even the foam at the edge blushes. Frogs go silent, as if the color is a sound they do not know how to answer. The Brahmin's chant does not falter. He raises both hands, palms out, and steps to the edge. The magistrate exhales, as if relief has finally arrived. The headman keeps counting. 2 dragonflies dance low. and then lift very fast and far. The midwife notices. She always has. The priest strikes a match to a new wick. It refuses, though there is no wind. He tries again. The flame skitters and then dies as if a wetted finger pinched it. He frowns, sets the lamp down, chooses another. The iron knife rests on the plank, dull red in the strange light. A small eddy forms near the third reed and stretches like the belly of a drum, then snaps back again. The boy sees it and moves his foot 2 finger widths, the way the headman taught him when a boat wants to test your balance. The lamps begin to gutter in a pattern. 3rd, 5th, 9th. It means nothing in the priest's numerology. It means everything at this ford, where odd rhythm signals a turn that can sweep a child from the bank if he is standing where he always stands. Off the lip, the headman says under his breath. The keeper of offerings reaches involuntarily for a sprig of bitter leaf she did not bring. The magistrate has banned household greens from the ford for the day. The priest lifts the conch himself. He blows long, then short, then long, an old pattern that wandered into his throat from someone else's river. The note cracks in the middle and returns thin, sharp as a fishbone stuck at the back of a tongue. He tries to cover the break with chant. The villagers grow very still. You do not look at a singer when his voice betrays him. You look at the water to say the embarrassment belongs to no one human. Then the current, already higher, heavier from week-long rain, takes the red in bands and lifts it across the ford in sheets. A blossom of color opens along the outer curve where the depth exaggerates every mistake. A boy at the edge cries out because his bare feet find the sudden edge of scoured sand. He falls forward, not far, but in the place where not far is always farther than you want. The boy with the call drops the jar before he knows he has dropped it. He sits quick, slides his legs into the water, and throws his weight backward so his body becomes an anchor. The falling child's chest hits his shin. The child clutches, scrapes, wails. The boy's knee rips skin on a hidden root. The copper bowl rings once as someone's heel kicks it. The ghee flames all bow at the same moment and then, docile, obedient, go out. It is not a catastrophe. It is worse. A failure that proves itself in small humiliations and one bright public color. The priest lifts his hands again. The magistrate speaks quickly to cover the silence. A sign accepted, he says, as if he can bend an outcome by naming it. The headman, without moving his head, signals to the drummer with 2 fingers. Stop. The drum stops. Without the drum, the ford hears itself. And what it hears is a low groan as the laterite's second sheet lets go somewhere upstream and makes a long, soft bruise down the water. The pig's carcass slides once on the plank and then rests. The iron blade, wet, leaves a rust stain that looks like a throat. The priest starts a new sequence, correcting, then correcting again, as if the right is a string that can be tuned in the middle of a song and become better than it was. The midwife moves toward the boy with her bundle of cloth. She binds his knee with 3 turns, not 2. 3 holds where 2 slip, she says, as if she is only repeating a kitchen rule about knots. The grandmother keeps her eyes on the red and remembers a year when a woman's blood would not stop, and a priest's voice would not carry, and a storm would not fall until the road to the shrine was washed away. Memory and omen trade recipes all the time. The magistrate clears his throat, and in the clear space afterward, a carp jumps where no carp ever has at that hour. It lands with a thud, as if the river forgot its own grace. The villagers do not cheer for the catch. No one picks it up. The fish beats the mud twice and lies still. That is enough for 100 small stories later. Witnesses, notes, and blame. The court's scribe writes on a leaf board that the rite was completed, offerings accepted, river appeased. He lists the items: 12 lamps, 1 pig, 5 trays of rice, 21 marigold strings, 1 conch, 2 copper bowls, iron blade. He notes that a child fell and was recovered without injury. He does not record the color. There is no word for the way it moved. Or rather, there are too many words, and none of them are law. The villagers do not keep minutes, but their minds do. They will remember that the household altars were forbidden, the bitter leaf left at home, the bamboo blade not used, the ash lines drawn straight instead of curved. They will speak of the iron voice of the conch and how it tried to sound like something it was not. They will say the river answered in the language presented to it. Straight line with straight red. The headman says very little. He walks the bank after the priest leaves and kneels at the place where the red held longest. He pinches a bit of the water between finger and thumb and spreads it on his forearm. It smells of iron, yes, and something else. The sweetish fat of ghee, the edge of blood. He looks upstream. He can see where the bank will go next if the rains hold. It will go at night. Aftermath and cure. Logic. In the days that follow, nothing obvious happens, and then several things do. 3 children develop fevers that sit low and heavy, breaking only when the air goes cool before dawn. A heap of fish near a ferry rots too fast. A goat births early. The kid does not stand. These things happen in wet seasons anyway, but when a river wears a color wrong, everything around it changes its definition. The magistrate returns with a softer mouth and says the court will send rice if the fish thin. He does not promise. He lacks the authority for promises. He gives a jar of ghee to the shrine and leaves it there as if it will grow into a policy. The village does what it has always done when a big rite fails. It performs many small ones. The headman suspends his authority for a night and lets households light their own altars. The keeper of offerings, who was told to stay away from the ford, goes after midnight and tucks a sprig of bitter leaf into a crack in the plank under where the lamps sat, where a finger would not feel it, but a current might. Mothers drop pinches of salt into wash water, not much, just enough to say no to anything that rides uninvited on the skin. Men hang their nets high, not because the fish need a rest, but because humility always looks better elevated. They tie a white cord, cotton, spun quick and clean, around the oldest root of the banyan at the landing, 3 knots for 3 reds. A vrata, a vow, is spoken not by one voice but by many, overlapping, as if the river should hear a complicated thing the way a person hears a crowd and knows it is the whole village, not a single man. They promise not to cross the ford by moonless nights until the bank finishes falling. They promise to let a section of the backwater lie fat with fish for a month without casting a net, so something other than taking will occur where taking usually occurs. They promise, perhaps most difficult, to tell the story without increasing its size. No extra coils, no extra heads. Deflation can be an offering when rumor is hungry. The boy with the caul goes to the ford at dawn alone. He takes the copper bowl, the smaller one, dented, and dips it slow, waiting to feel the river grab. It does, gently on the lip. He tips it back and watches the line of red, now thinner, sliding like a faded sash. He scoops sand from the shelf with his heel and feels the collapse edge with his toes. Later, he He will tell the headman where to plant 3 reeds as markers so children do not stand on the disappearing lip. He will not call it investigation. He will call it knowing where the floor has gone. But it is an investigation just the same. Protocol learned without parchment, signs read in dragonflies and lamp wicks, remedies measured in knots on a root, and hours of abstaining from easy food, a glimpse beyond the bend. Far from this ford, at Wat Pho in the foothills to the west, a sanctuary already watches a sacred spring whose water appears to weep from the mountain into carved gutters. Snakes appear on lintels there as guardians. Later, much later, stone balustrades across Cambodia will take the shape of 7-headed Nagas, their bodies bridges between realms. The big stones remember what the small banks discovered. That water is a throne when people agree to see it so, and an enemy when they forget the rules that make it a neighbor. Who owns a failure? The magistrate does not return for a week. When he does, he makes a polite circuit of the houses, sandals made of reeds that squelch at each step. The midwife, watching, mutters that if a man will go to a river in such shoes, he deserves wet toes. Her humor is a small mercy in a season short of them. He thanks the headman for cooperation, thanks the priest in absentia, thanks the ancestors very carefully. He orders, in a voice that tries to be both firm and elastic, that household altars may again burn on nights not chosen by the court, provided they do not conflict with royal days. He does not speak of iron or bamboo. He does not forbid bitter leaf. He does not ask about the color. He has learned what anyone who stays learns. Success and failure here are rarely complete. The river does not give people clean endings. Memory settles the case. By harvest, the red has forgotten itself and returned to brown. Children splash at the edge again. The goat gives a healthy kid on her second try. The 3 fevered children live. The midwife keeps a tally in her mind of the herbs that seemed to help and of the hours that did not. The carp that jumped wrong becomes a proverb. Do not be the fish who argues with the bank. On the wall of the shrine, a new small carving appears where a plank was once plain. 2 curves that do not meet, connected by 3 short, straight cuts. If you ask, the keeper of offerings says it is only decoration. If you ask better, she says it is a reminder to leave room and never draw a gate through the middle of a circle, and also to remember the day the river wore iron on its tongue. The boy with the call in his youth becomes the man who knows where banks will go before they go. He stands in the ford at dusk some evenings with his eyes half closed, feeling with his ankles for the language the current speaks up the bone. He does not call a serpent with loud words. He does not cut pigs with iron. He does not outlaw small altars. He tells children to step back when dragonflies sit too still. He teaches them to hear when a conch wants to crack and to change the song before it does. And when, years later, a stranger asks about the time the river turned red, he says only, "The bank fell on a day we had blood in our hands, and that is not nothing." He will not decide between coincidence and consequence. He will not argue. He will say instead the sentence the village has agreed upon, which is true in more ways than one. We learned to leave space in the line. The river breathes easier after the red days, but memory lingers like a fine silt. Farmers move a little slower past the ford. Mothers call their children back sooner, and the magistrate's sandal prints fade in the clay. Yet the current does not pause for long. The season turns. The rains grow softer, then thin. The channels narrow again, and the water clears to a warmer brown. New life moves where the old banks fell. Fish return, reeds sprout, and on quiet afternoons, the river seems almost generous again. The sacred tools. When the water takes, people count what remains. They return to tools, objects that have become extensions of their faith. A copper bowl with a dent can still hold an offering. A conch that cracked during a rite can still be patched with resin. A gourd that once carried rice wine may now float flowers instead. Each object carries a history. Each is a witness. These tools are not only for ceremony, they are woven into daily work. A bronze knife may cut fish and also carve symbols on door frames. A pestle may grind herbs for medicine and later pound rice for an offering cake. Nothing is single purpose here. Even the broom that sweeps the floor may be turned upside down and planted in the yard as a quick barrier against an ill-omened wind. Materials that matter. In the Pre-Angkorian world, certain materials hum louder than others. Bamboo for its flexibility and memory of water. Copper for its warmth and ring. Laterite stones, rich and red, for building shrines and telling the earth to stand still. Conch shells, because their spiral seems to echo the river's own turn. Clay, because it holds water, and, when broken, reminds people that nothing holds forever. When a rite is needed, these materials are chosen with care, not because they are rare, but because they are trusted. They have been handled, cleaned, sung over. They have known the sound of many hands. Ritual technology. The phrase does not exist here, but the practice does. A tool is never only a thing. A conch has a certain tone when wet. A bowl must be tilted a certain way to keep oil from smoking. A bamboo spear may be hardened over fire, but not so much that it loses its bend. A midwife keeps a basket of reeds because reeds move like the river when the wind comes, and movement comforts infants. The headman keeps a smaller basket, less visible, with polished stones marked by scratches. When asked, he says they are nothing, only weights. But on nights when the ford feels uneasy, he places two on the bank, apart, but facing each other, like eyes. Shared craft. Villagers do not all agree on doctrine, but they agree on craft. Each household knows a knot, a recipe, a way to seal a jar. Men polish copper until it shines like an inner sun. Women braid palm leaves into cords that will not snap even when soaked. Children are taught early to respect tools. Do not strike a conch, do not play with a knife. Do not use the broom on a day of offering. Would you have trusted it? If someone told you that a bowl could calm a river, would you laugh? Or would you remember the day the red came and the bowl rang loud before it fell silent? The villagers do not separate belief from habit. They simply keep using what has proven itself over time. Mainstream glimpse archaeologists now find fragments of these tools, copper bowls in burial sites, conch shells buried near posts, pottery etched with snake patterns. At Sambor Pre Cook, some lintels show offerings carried in shallow trays, figures blowing conchs. These objects are not random. They are language in things. They say, "This is how we asked. This is how we listened." A tale of misuse. A young man once carved a serpent head on a fishing spear and boasted that he could take any catch he pleased. That day, a storm cut his boat rope and left him stranded on a sandbar. He was found by dawn, alive but quiet. The spear was never recovered. He never carved another. The boy and the tools. The child with the caul is nearly grown now. He knows the feel of the copper bowl's lip and the sound a conch makes when the river is heavy. He practices knots with palm fiber, his hands quick, his brow serious. He does not speak much, but people watch him. They wonder if the river watches too. At night, he sets the tools out on the mat, not to boast, but to learn. The bowl's dent is smoothed, the conch is patched, the knife's handle is wrapped again. He knows the story of each. The grandmother nods, the midwife smiles. They do not need words. They see that he understands something simple. Care is a prayer of its own. A question for you. Would you keep a cracked bowl if it sang once at the right time? Would you carry a knife that belonged to a man who drowned if its handle still fit your hand? Here, nothing is discarded lightly. The river may take much, but memory, shaped in copper and shell, stays. The festival returns. The tools are not only for dark days. The dry months bring lighter feet, faster songs. At festival time, the conch's cry starts games. Children race reed boats and cheer when they tip. The bowls hold sweets, the knives cut fruit, the brooms clear paths. Everything used for worship is used for life, and life folds back into worship without pause. The people know this truth. The serpent's favor cannot be bought with objects, but it can be honored by how you hold them. A careless hand is a silent insult. A careful one is a story kept open. As the season slides toward another bend, the tools are cleaned and set high. The river keeps its secrets, but the people keep their readiness. Somewhere beyond the reeds, something turns in the current, unseen but not unimagined. At noon, the river wears a veil as thin as breath. Wind crosses in cat's paws, small ruffles that appear and vanish, while longer swells move like beasts turning in sleep. Men and women stand quietly along the levee. They are not fishing, they are reading. Around here they call it watching the skin, and the best of them can tell the river's mood from the way a smear of light rides a ripple, or from how a loose leaf spins once, twice, then halts, pointing as if at a door. The boy with the caul, now almost a man, squints against the glare. Beside him, the headman holds a dish of ash and rice husk. The midwife shades her eyes with the flat of her hand. The grandmother sits on a low stool she has carried to the bank for 30 years, listening as much as looking, the way one listens to a sleeping child, for the change in breath that means a fever will soon declare itself. The magistrate is upriver today. The watchers are glad. They prefer to do this work without sandals that keep dry by standing too far back, eyes at the water's skin. When people here say investigation, they do not mean questions and parchment. They mean the choreography of the smallest signs. A dragonfly stops and hovers too long in a patch of rinsed light. Note it. A belt of foam bends in an S rather than a lazy C. Note it. 2 threads of current cross and handshake, then part. Note it. If a leaf circles tight 7 times and then runs straight, the headman hums and says, "There's a shoulder under there, the curve of a body, or a shelf beginning to go." 7 is the serpent's number. 7 heads, 7 bends, 7 beats on a drum when the ford must be closed. But 7 is also just enough to tell the difference between coincidence and pattern. The watchers travel light. They carry reed stakes cut at arm's length. Banana stem floats finger-thick and hand-long. A pinch of sesame oil in a gourd. Dyed rice in 3 colors. They have a conch, patched from Section 12's crack with resin, and a bamboo tube the length of a spear. The tube is not for striking. It is for hearing. Press one end to the surface and the other to the ear bone, and the river's low talk climbs into the skull like a murmur behind a wall. "Cat's paw?" the boy asks, watching a quick stipple skate downstream. "Wind," the headman says. "Ignore it." Look past the wind. See the line under it. He dips the reed stake and holds it just so, feeling for the drag that means the surface and the depth are arguing. There, the midwife tips one shining drop of sesame oil onto the water. It spreads with a soft shimmer and smooths the chop to glass for a breath, revealing a slow, tight spiral beneath. A coin of turning that was invisible a moment ago. There, she echoes. Oil makes a tiny window. It is not magic, only attention with tools, protocol, without paper. A path to certainty grows from habit. First, check the wind. Second, test the skin with oil. Third, seed the current with dyed rice. The boy lets fly a pinch like a blessing. Black for the thrust, red for the shear, white for slack. The grains scatter, then group. The black line runs true toward the outer bend. The red flares outward, caught by a side pull that would flip a light canoe. The white simply pens small letters in place, writing the word linger in a script that only water can read. The headman nods. Shearing here, he says, though there was not one yesterday. He remarks this the way a farmer would remark a new worm in a stalk. Not panic, only information that changes the afternoon. Listen, the grandmother says. They set the bamboo tube and lean. At first the boy hears only his blood. Then the river's pulse rises. A slow hum, not sound, but pressure. A weight that passes and returns. He has felt something like it before in a boat at dawn, when a sleeping buffalo in the shallows rolled once and brushed the hull with its broad back. This is larger by half again and farther down. He steadies his breath. Something moved, he says, careful not to turn observation into story. Down current, under the green pool. Under the old tunnel, the midwife adds. The tunnel is no tunnel with brick. It is a hypothesis made of memories, fishermen's anchors that fall light and then go tight to the left, reeds that shake there on windless afternoons, frogs that avoid a particular route and leap past as if a dark foot blocks their favorite step. The elders have traced it on palm leaf maps with burnt sticks, a corridor invisible from shore, a snake road. The phrase has entered the village tongue that links this bend to a spring under the hill, animals as instruments. Not all signs ride the skin. Dogs refuse certain paths, hackles lifting where a bank sags into unknowable. Cats pause at a threshold and stare long at nothing, tails making small metronomes of warning. Herons, precise and unsentimental, step to the same 3 stones in the same sequence each evening. When they alter the order and choose the farther perch, it means a shelf has broken free, or a new drag tugs the water a handspan lower. There is a boy who claims he can smell when a serpent has passed, and perhaps he can. When pressed, he describes it as wet iron and crushed reed. The midwife smiles and does not argue. She has learned that human noses often tell stories the mind wants to hear. But she keeps a note of the days when the boy says it and checks them against the bamboo tube. Often enough, the pressure speaks on those days too, a humor the village allows itself. An old fisherman pinches his nose and declares to laughter, "I can smell serpent, but only when the shrimp paste is ready," which is true enough to be funny and soft enough not to offend the river. Bells and breath. On a bamboo crosspiece over the green pool hangs a small bronze bell the size of a coconut. Its clapper has been removed. A thin plate runs around the inside instead. When the water swells under it, even slightly, the pressure wave shivers the bronze, and the bell gives a throat sound like a cough swallowed. Children say the serpent breathes under it. The headman says it is a tool. Both can be true. The bell does not ring often. When it does, it is not loud. But once you have heard it, you do not mistake it for wind. Elsewhere, a gourd floats tethered to a reed, with a thread pulled tight. The thread runs through a slice of bamboo that acts as a little bridge. When the gourd dips, the bamboo sings a single high note, more a glassy whine than a song. It is a primitive seismograph, and the watchers listen with the concentration of monks, footprints, and bank signs. The serpent leaves no footprint a human can follow, or if it does, the river eats the track too fast for amateur eyes. But the banks do change. A slice of clay that sloughs off cleanly shows a smooth face. When it sloughs in scallops the size of a big hand, the scallops look like overlapping scales. The villagers call those scale banks. They point and say, "Soon," meaning the curve will change and a boat should stay farther inside until the river learns its new spelling. The old men tell stories of nights when the bank itself seemed to ripple and close around a post, as if a mouth bit the shore and left a crescent welt in the mud. If a child finds a scale in silt, a thin flake with a sheen, it is usually a fish's shed skin. Still, the midwife tells the child to place it in a copper bowl and give it to the river with a pinch of salt, just in case. If the serpent has left a little of himself, he might want it back, she says, smiling as if at a polite guest. Mainstream glimpse. This river reading belongs to a people who do not need names on maps to act as if they know where they live. But names exist. Far west, Tonle Sap swells and shrinks each year with a flood pulse so dramatic that the Tonle Sap River reverses its flow seasonally, out toward the Mekong in the dry months, back into the lake in the rains. Villagers here may not carve the hydrology into stone, yet they mark it in calendars of fish and rice. When the Great Lake breathes in, fish surge upriver. When it breathes out, the water thins and clears. In the 7th-8th centuries CE, as Chenla's influence extends and Dvaravati moated sites dot the Chao Phraya plain, serpent imagery multiplies from Sambor Pre Cook to Cham sanctuaries at my son, where lintels show Naga coils guarding doorways. On these banks, the watchers do not say Cham or Dvaravati. They say, "See how the river wears 7 heads on the temple stair," and they read the water with their ankles. Case file, the pool called Silt Cathedral. C. 640 CE. Downstream a day, near a bend where laterite gleams red after rain, there's a deep green pocket the villagers call Silt Cathedral because it keeps a clear shape even when the flood smears everything else. 2 boatmen die there in quick succession in one season, not drowning, but striking heads as their canoes spin under a sudden twist of water. Women claim they hear a low bell even when none is hung. The elders bring reed stakes and oil. They seed the surface, smooth a window, and see 2 slow counter-rotations nested tight as braids. The headman says, "A twin tunnel," and the keeper of offerings nods. 2 snake roads. They move the fish landing 3 houses downriver and forbid bathing there at dusk. No one fights the order. In a year, the pocket moves, as pockets do, but the habit remains. When a pool has its own weather, give it a name and treat it like a person. Case file. The Limestone Gate, c. 690 CE. Upstream, where hills begin to show bone through their green, a spring pours cold into the river's warm flank. The place is lovely. Fig roots wash like hair. The rock above pocks with swallows. Boats vanish their sound as they pass. 3 times in one rainy month, the bell there trembles at noon with no wind and no boat near. The watchers set the bamboo tube and hear a long, slow throb, like the echo in a hollow log. Old men spit and argue, rock falling, underground stream waking, the Naga turning in its sleep. They drop eggs, egg test, a simple rite in which a fresh egg is let go onto the surface. If it spins and moves sideways rather than down, a hidden pull is present. The eggs don't sink. They drift toward a dark line and then stand still, as if held. The elders cut a branch in a certain way, a forked stick, and hold it. The fork twitches enough to make wrists ache, whether it is trick, tremor, or the concentration of men who expect a twitch. The effect travels through the afternoon as a shiver of attention. They tie a white cord around a fig root and leave it. This is not a place to ask for favors, the headman says. This is a place to tip your hat and go. Map without map. The watcher's charts are stories in sequence. From the ferry rope, count to the sand tongue, then turn where the eddies look like coins. When the dragonflies sit low in a row, the bank has a secret. Where the boys used to fight with reed swords, the bottom has risen. Hear it in the paddle. The boy with the call keeps knots on a cord, big knots for fords, small for side pockets, a twist at a place where two currents marry and make children. He also keeps a palm leaf in which he scratches curved lines with a fishbone. The lines are not measured in cubits or in days. They are measured in feelings. Here the boat goes light. Here it grabs. Here a paddle rings when it hits a stone with a flat face. Here the sound is wool. The midwife looks over his shoulder and says, "You will marry a river. Make sure you marry a good one." He grins and shakes his head, not because he disagrees, but because the idea is both a joke and not a joke at all. Doctrine and doubt. The magistrate hears about bells and tubes and eggs and smiles with polite patience. He prefers numbers he can show to his superior. He asks if the watchers can set a fixed day to survey, the way a tax day is set. The headman declines with gentleness that is not deference. The river keeps its own calendar, he says. The magistrate's scribe writes that answer down as if it were either insolence or poetry. Brahmin priests, too, circle the readers of water. Some approve. What are omens if not the earth's script? Others caution that such reading might tempt men to rely on serpents rather than on gods. Buddhist monks smile and say the river is a teacher, whether or not one gives it a crown. The watchers return to their reeds and oil. A crown on a god far away is not very useful when you have to decide how to cross with a child on your hip. Investigators kit. The watchers add to their tools as rumors travel. A shallow earthen pot strung with a skin, goat, very thin, can be set near the bank. When the water beneath heaves, the skin dimples and rebounds with a sound like a hand tapping a drum. A line of tiny bells, fish bells really, can be hung inches above the surface along a string. If something large passes, a wavelet will pluck them in sequence. A small mirror can be used to throw sunlight onto the surface and watch how the light breaks. A smooth current breaks light into long panes. A turbulent subsurface shatters it into coins. None of this is sorcery. All of it is trained attention. They also carry a small bag of bitter leaf, the neem and tamarind from Section 10, because even investigators make offerings, and an apology in advance is a kind of courage that does not need to be named. The boy's learning. He finds he can feel a change in the bend with his shins before his eyes confirm it. Standing knee-deep, he lets the water write its letter against his bones. "It's like hearing with the legs," he tells the midwife, and she nods, pleased that he has made the metaphor himself. He is careful not to turn certainty into vanity. The river has a way of taking men who point too often at their own skill. He learns to keep a straight face when he is not sure. A watcher who guesses loudly becomes an oracle, and oracles soon become tools of men, and tools of men break in the middle of rites. Better to say, the red grains moved farther than last week, and let a dozen decisions grow from that small truth than to shout, "The serpent sits there." He learns to value silence. Noise scares detail, the headman says, and the boy sees how true it is. A shout makes the river harder to read, the way a laugh can make a lover's eyes settle into something you cannot parse. Quiet work, then. Hard work. Work without drums. A rhetorical pause. How would you read a thing that cannot be seen? By touch, by sound, by how the light trembles in a pattern, by how a bell breathes. Would you trust your senses enough to move a market, to close a ford, to tell a family not to bury their altar bowl under a certain step, because a current might take it and them both in a night storm? What would you have done, standing with the oil gourd in your hand, if the bell trembled once and then behaved for a long hour as if it had never learned to move toward a decision? For weeks after the red day, the green pool under the banyan has kept its twin spirals. They move slowly, like two old men circling a game board, each waiting for the other to make the mistake. The bell trembles twice in 1 week at noon, once at night. Dogs refuse to drink at that lip. Children begin to give the roots a courteous step more room. Nets cast just above the pool come back with odd knots, as if a hand below had pinched and twisted and then released. Whispers rise. It listens. It wants. It is owed. The keeper of offerings says the sentence that turns watchers into actors. If it has taken the ford for itself, we must draw a line for ours. She does not say, bind, not yet. But the word hides under her thought like a hook in bait. The headman does not answer at first. He pats the bamboo tube as if it were an old friend. He looks at the boy, at the midwife, at the grandmother. He looks at the bell. The midwife clears her throat. If a child will not stay in his bed, she says, you bind the bed, not the child. The village laughs, a ripple that loosens shoulders. But the metaphor offers a path. Perhaps they can tie this particular water, keep it from wandering into the fairy's mouth, without angering whatever old coil turns below. The magistrate, when told, shakes his head and says, binding rites require court sanction, a list of proper items, and a priest who does not live here. He offers a date several weeks out. The headman listens, thanks him with a bow that is deep enough to count as courtesy, but not deep enough to be agreement, and watches his canoe depart. We cannot wait for sandals, he says, when the boat is gone around the bend, the checklist for a binding. No one admits to having a list, but everyone does. 3 long canes cut from a stand that hears the river at the right pitch. 7 cords of cotton, each measured from a wrist to a heart and back. A strip of bark from a tree that has seen both flood and drought. The old double. A conch that has been blown happy and sad. A copper bowl that has held blood and oil and clear water so it knows all 3. Bitter leaf for apology. Sweet rice for promise. A mirror to invite the river to look at itself. Oil to smooth a window. A bell to breathe. And humor. Always a little humor. To keep the right from growing teeth it cannot control. The boy has a task. Count the breaths between the bell's tremors for 3 days. Morning, noon, dusk. If the pattern holds, they will gather on the 4th night, when the moon is a sliver that cannot decide whether to be born or to die. Half promises are for doors, the keeper of offerings says, and for beds, the midwife adds, to warm laughter, crosscut. Letters from elsewhere. A trader passing through speaks of a rite at a southern ferry where men tied a serpent with braided cords and the river ran straight for a season. Another tells of a sanctuary near Angkor where a carved Naga's mouth was stuffed with cotton and the rains stopped bragging. A Cham boatman shakes his head and says, in his country they never bind, only bargain, because binding breaks as often as it holds. Stories pull in opposite directions, because that is what stories do when people want the same outcome without the same risk. The afternoon rehearsal. They practice as if the rite were a dance. Men carry canes and plant them without splashing. Women lay cords without tangles. Children learn to hold oil spoons without dripping. The bell's rope is tested, the bamboo tube retied. The headman marks places with reed stakes. Here for the bowl, here for the mirror, here for the humor. He will tell a small, kindly story there, to keep the rite from tightening into something brittle. The boy with the caul stands in the pool to his shin and listens. The current writes up his bones again, not fiercely, not yet. He looks at the fig root with the white cord and feels it as a wrist, a pulse waiting to be counted, a mainstream aside with teeth. Some centuries from now, stuccoed balustrades at Angkor will turn the serpent's body into bridges, literal stone coils people will touch each day as they cross from one world to another. Guardians, guides will say, and children will lightly drag their hands along the cold backs. In these pre-Angkor centuries, the bridges are invisible, but the crossings are not. Binding a pool is a way of saying, this is our bridge. Do not lift it when we are walking. The last readings. On the evening before the chosen night, the watchers perform their sequence one more time. Oil opens a window. Dyed rice writes its letters. The bamboo tube translates the low talk. The bell is quiet until the light turns from coin to ash. There, it trembles once, as if someone in a far room coughed behind a door they were about to open. Dogs down the levee raise their heads in the same breath. The headman does not look away. It has a habit now, he says. We can speak to a habit. Across the river, bats begin to scroll in their dusk grammar. The grandmother murmurs the names of months, her old habit when worry is near. The midwife smooths the cords with her palm, feeling for hidden knots that could trip a rite. The keeper of offerings tucks the bitter leaf into her sash and touches the copper bowl as if greeting a friend who will soon do something difficult. The boy with the caul steps closer to the bell. He reaches up, not to strike it, only to steady the rope so it will say what it means, and not what a breeze suggests. His fingers come away cold. He wipes them on his thigh, then smiles at himself for nervousness. He is glad the magistrate is not here. He is glad the priest is not here. He is afraid that if they fail, he will wish for both. The headman lifts his hand. Tomorrow, he says softly, and the word carries far, the way a word does when 100 people are waiting for permission to exhale. They turn to go. The river makes a sound like a low bell breathed rather than struck. It is not the bell. It is something under it. The boy looks back over his shoulder. In the small oil window that the last drop has left behind, he sees the green pool's skin swell and ease, like a chest teaching itself to sleep. Tomorrow they will try to tie sleep to a post, and just as the light leaves the water, the bronze bell trembles once, very lightly, without wind, without boat, without hand, then holds its tongue. Night folds over the river as if a long curtain has been drawn, but the bank does not sleep. Torches line the path from the stilt houses to the ford. Their flames are small but steady, guarded from the wind by half-gourds painted black to keep the glow close to the earth. Families move quietly, bare feet brushing damp grass. The binding night has come. The boy with the caul is no longer a boy. He stands with the headman and the keeper of offerings, cotton cords looped over his shoulder like pale snakes. The midwife carries a bowl lined with salt and bitter leaf, her face calm. The grandmother, too old to stand long, sits on her stool near the bank, a lantern at her side. Her hands never stop moving, twisting a sprig of neem, tapping a rhythm on her knee. The preparation. A binding rite is not often spoken of and rarely performed. Its logic is not to command the unseen, but to mark a boundary. The serpent kings are not to be trapped, but asked to move aside, to rest elsewhere. Everything is chosen to avoid insult. The canes are cut fresh, stripped smooth, and driven into the shallows with quiet hands. They are 3, set in a triangle, points facing the suspected pool. Each has a white cord tied low, knotted 3 times, loose enough to sway. The copper bowl is placed at the triangle's center. Oil flickers in its belly, the flame no higher than a finger's length. A conch rests nearby, patched and whole. Around them, 7 gourds of water wait to be poured. Bitter leaf and sweet rice share a mat. A mirror leans against a stone, angled down so it reflects only black water. How it begins. There is no chant at first, only breathing. The villagers take their places, men with poles ready, women with baskets of flowers, children crouched in the back row. The headman holds the conch, but does not raise it yet. He nods to the boy. The boy steps into the shallows. Water climbs his calves, cool and firm. He touches each cane, smoothing its bark, then ties a final thread across the triangle. It is not to close the space, but to tell the river where the edges lie. The keeper of offerings lifts her hand. Tonight, she says quietly, we ask for peace, not proof. A low bell, the bronze bell by the green pool, trembles once, so faintly the sound is almost swallowed. It is enough. The headman blows the conch, long and low. The note travels, bends, returns softer. The villagers bow their heads, some in faith, some in respect, some in habit. The gourds are poured one by one, water folding into water. Each gourd carries something small, a pinch of salt, a coin, a leaf. They break the surface without splash, sinking like promises. The bitter leaf is last, its sharpness a message. We mean no harm, but we do not wish to share this step. The bell and the breath. The bell trembles again, more clearly this time. The boy feels a pressure underfoot, like a hand pressing lightly against his soul. He does not move. The headman raises the conch again. The sound is steady, a spine through the night. A light wind shifts the torches. The mirror catches a pale streak. Some claim they see a curve, dark and quiet, slip beneath the cords. Others see only the reflection of reeds. No one speaks. The boundaries. Hold. The cords sway, but do not tighten. The canes stay firm. The oil in the bowl flutters once, then steadies. After a long minute, the pressure under the boy's feet eases. The bell gives one last tremor, like a sigh. The headman lowers the conch. It has moved, he says. Whether true or not, it feels like truth. The villagers let out a long breath they didn't know they were holding. Aftermath and quiet celebration. The cords are left overnight. In the morning, they are untied and burned. The canes are cut down and floated downstream. The copper bowl is cleaned, the oil poured into the soil near the banyan. No one calls it victory. They call it courtesy returned. A week later, the green pool is calm. Children swim again near the roots. Boats cross the ford without hesitation. The bell stays still. The magistrate, when told, writes "ford secured" in his notes and says nothing about bells or hands underfoot. Mainstream glimpse stone will one day tell this story differently. In carvings at Wat Phu, Nagas appear as balustrades to hold the path. At Angkor, they guard stairways to the sky. But the first bindings are not stone. They are canes and cords, salt and oil, breath and patience. A question for you. If you had been there, would you have believed the river moved aside, or would you have called it coincidence? When the bell trembled, would you have held your breath or laughed? And does it matter? The boundary was drawn, and the water, for that night at least, agreed. The boy dries his feet on the bank. The midwife presses the cloth to his ankle and says, "Even the river respects a line that is drawn kindly." The grandmother nods. "And sometimes," she says, "it only needed to know you were watching." The days after the binding feel lighter. The river seems content, sliding past with a lazy sheen, the green pool quiet beneath its fig roots. Children throw stones again, though never directly into the triangle where the canes had been planted. Traders push their boats closer to the bank, voices louder, paddles steady. But the memory of the cords lingers like a faint thread, not tight, not gone, just tucked into the mind. The bound pool. The watchers still come. Not as many, not every night, but enough to see if the water's mood has shifted. The bell hangs where it always has, silent but waiting. The boy with the call comes alone sometimes, dipping his fingers in, feeling for a pull. He no longer expects a swell. What he looks for is subtler, a tremor, a pause, a hint of a second thought. The pool is no longer feared, only respected. Fishermen skirt its lip, but cast their nets nearby. Women wash clothes a little farther down. Even animals seem calmer. Dogs drink here again. Cats sleep on the roots. The air holds no tension, but no one forgets the night the cords swayed. The magistrate returns. One morning, the magistrate's canoe slides in, its hull still shining with the polish of an inland court. This time, his sandals are wet when he steps ashore. He greets the headman, nods to the midwife, even thanks the grandmother for keeping eyes on the ford. He brings gifts, salt, copper coins, a roll of white cotton. "The court recognizes this place," he says, "and wishes to honor your diligence." But he also brings a decree. A shrine is to be built near the ford, a place for offerings that can be counted and kept. The magistrate smiles as if this is generosity. The villagers listen. They nod. But when he leaves, the headman says nothing for a long time. Faith and authority entwine. By now, the serpent is no longer just a neighbor. It is part of politics, woven into trade and law. A pool can become sacred ground overnight. A chief can claim a serpent's favor to strengthen his line. Priests will tell cosmic stories of Ananta, of Makalinda, of worlds supported by coils, and the villagers will nod and return to their small altars. Some believe the serpent cares little for shrines and much for manners. They leave food by the water's edge. They hum songs to the current. They step back when a shadow moves. The stone does not eat, the midwife says, watching masons mark the ground. But the water still listens. Would you have agreed? If an inland court asked to shape your river, would you agree? Or would you smile and give them the shore, keeping the deeper water for yourself? The villagers do not argue. They let the shrine rise. They even bring gifts. But the smaller offerings, the thread tied on a root, the pinch of salt scattered before a boat ride, remain theirs alone. Mainstream glimpse. In the historical record, shrines begin to appear along waterways as Chenla consolidates. Sites at Angkor Bore and Sambor Pre Cook show serpent heads carved in stone, often at bridges or near pools. Brahmin priests and Buddhist monks expand the lore, tying the Naga to gods and kings, turning living myths into carved authority. But here, at the small ford, the people keep the old rhythm. A bell, a bowl, a cord burned at dawn, a case of unease. Not long after the shrine's foundation is laid, the bell rings twice one evening. The sound is quick, sharp. No wind, no boats. The boy goes to look. The headman follows. At the lip of the pool, the water is calm, but a faint swirl moves under the surface, tighter than before. The headman frowns. It has not gone far, he says. They choose not to speak to the magistrate. Some things cannot be reported. They can only be answered. The cords are brought out again, not to bind, but to remind. A gourd of rice wine is poured. A small mirror is leaned against the shrine stone, showing water instead of sky. The swirl fades by morning. Everyday work life is not all rites and warnings. Fields need tending, trade moves, festivals come. The conch calls for games now, not for defense. Children race reed boats, laughing when they flip. Women dry fish on mats, their hands busy, their voices full of gossip. The shrine becomes another place to meet, not only to fear. The boy grows taller, stronger. He learns to patch nets, to mend boats, to read clouds. But the river remains his teacher. He walks its edge often, listening. He knows the voice of frogs when the bank is safe, the hush of reeds when a storm is near. The midwife watches and thinks he will be the one people call when the river chooses to speak again. Memory in quiet moments. Some evenings, the grandmother sits with him. She tells old tales of brides with serpent eyes, of battles at red sand, of the night the water turned red. He listens, nodding, filing each away like tools. They do not talk of destiny. They talk of patterns, a rhetorical question for you. How many voices make a river's story? Is it the stone, the fish, the bell, the boy? Or is it the silence between them? The lesson settles. From all of this, the bindings, the disputes, the gifts, a truth emerges. Power is never just in the shrine or the decree. It is in the small acts, a thread tied right, a bowl placed kindly, a cord loosed at dawn. And so they live, a little more cautious, a little more certain. The water moves, but the memory of its coils keeps their steps light. And somewhere under that calm, the serpent waits, patient as always, ready to teach again when the line between land and water grows too thin. By late season, the river looks dressed, nets drying like shawls, boats lacquered and gleaming, reeds combed by a steady afternoon breeze. The binding cords are ash by now, the green pool quiet. Children skim stones. Traders talk prices. The magistrate's canoe appears again around the bend, this time heavy with cloth, poles, a chest. and 4 men in their best white cotton, hair oiled and drawn tight. He steps ashore with wet sandals, which earns him a small win from the grandmother's private scoreboard. Then he points to the chest and says a word few here have heard spoken on this bank. Standard. They prise the chest open. Inside lies a pole as thick as a man's wrist, smooth and dark, and a long bolt of dyed cloth wrapped in oilskin. The magistrate nods to a scribe, who unrolls a palm leaf and reads with care. By order of the Inland Court, this ford is recognized as a royal crossing. To honor the river guardians and mark lawful passage, a banner will be raised. The sign shall be the serpent in 7 heads, coils shown, mouths open, watching the 4 ways. When they unroll the cloth, air catches in the painted heads. Even in daylight, the eyes seem to hold water light. The 7 faces flare along the width, the body a long green curve beneath, scaled in tiny strokes. The dye smells of tannin and smoke, the work clearly done by hands that know temple murals, not floodplains. The keeper of offerings lifts her chin to see the detailing near the hems, knotwork that suggests waves, and inside the knots, if you squint, rice grains. Someone has told the painter what matters here. Someone else has told him how to make it look like the court's idea of mattering. This will stand by the shrine, the magistrate says. When boats pass, they will bow the prow. When offerings are made, they will be entered into the seal book. Seal book, a small phrase, a large change. The conch and copper bowl keep their dignity. Now paper arrives to stand beside them, the serpent moving from breath and brass into dye and wax. They sink the pole in the bank above the ferry rope, tamping clay around the base. The boy with the call, man, now, broad through shoulders, hauls with the rope crew while the headman guides the angle. The midwife watches from the shade, counting under her breath without noticing, the way she counts when a child labors to be born. 7, 8, 9, rest. When the pole finally straightens, someone on instinct blows the conch. The note curving across the water makes the painted scales look briefly as if they slide. The magistrate unrolls another treasure, a small bronze die cut with the same 7 heads, mirror reversed. For seals, he says, handing it as if it were a baby over the threshold. The village breathes. They have seen seal lumps on jars from markets downstream, thumb-sized, stamped clay that says a pot belongs to a temple or a guild. Holding one's own die feels different. It means the village can stamp its ferry's receipts and offering tallies, mark contracts on woven palm. It also means the court will expect those stamps to appear in ledgers upriver, with boxes checked and numbers neat. They test the die on a scrap of wet clay. The impression comes up clean. 7 mouths like a small fan, a coil that looks almost ready to move. The headman passes the token to the boy, who turns it over and weighs it the way he weighs paddles. A tool is a promise you can feel, from belief to banner. The serpent has lived in wood, water, and whisper for as long as anyone here remembers. Now it is banner, seal, badge. The shift does not kill the older ways. It reskins them. A river that kept its own calendar will now have royal days. A ford, where women laid flowers by habit, will now be a place where flowers are tallied. The magistrate is not blind to the river's temper. He tells the scribe to register the bell that hangs over the green pool as property of the shrine, to ensure its maintenance. He asks the headman what words the villagers say when the bell trembles. The headman offers the safe version. We say, "It breathes," and the magistrate nods relieved to have a phrase he can put into a margin. Breathe, omen of flow. At dusk, a ceremony unfurls itself as naturally as mist. Monks from an upstream monastery arrive in their saffron, feet muddy, laughing softly, carrying a bundle. White cord for a blessing loop. Brahmin priests from the inland sanctuary come too, with a copper tray of marigolds and a lick of sandal paste shining on their brows. The keeper of offerings and the headman, who rarely stand in the same pool of authority, share the ground at the pole base. The midwife places the old copper bowl nearby with oil burning low, as if to whisper that breath and flame were here before flags. The monks begin with Pali cadence, slow and clean. The Brahmins answer with Sanskrit rivers, heavier and shining. The villagers add their hum without words, a river choir. The scribe stands at the edge trying to write the sound into lines, and after a moment simply stops and listens. On the first pass of the white blessing cord, a child reaches to touch the paint. The grandmother takes his hand and folds it back against his chest, not scolding, just aligning. New things make fingers curious. That is not a crime. It is a pulse. Mainstream edges and names. Far beyond this ford, names already press onto the map like thumbs on wet clay. Chinese Tang histories will speak around 706, 710 CE of Lan Chenla and Water Chenla. Lan Chenla inland and Water Chenla downriver, the very terms admitting what the people already know. Power speaks one language on floodplain and another in the interior, and those dialects never perfectly translate. Earlier still, at Akio in the Mekong Delta, the old port towns of Funan, gold rings and seal stones with coiled Nagas sit in earth, proof that merchants and rulers wanted the serpent's curve on fingers and jars long before banners flew. At Sambor Pre Cook, lintels show bodies of snakes turned to guardians of doorways. At Wat Phu, the mountain itself seems to breathe water through carved gutters. The Naga, a kind of aqueduct in spirit. The magistrate does not cite any of those places. He says simply, "Our king honors the serpent." Villagers hear the edges anyway. When the world repeats your image back to you from different angles, you feel both seen and claimed. Seals, stamps, and the market road. From the day the dye arrives, clay lumps bloom. Fish sellers press the 7 heads onto jar stoppers to deter fingers and thieves. Boatmen stamp planks to mark ferries as licensed. A midwife seals a palm leaf tube holding recipes after adding a new line about fevers that break at cockcrow. The headman stamps receipts for ferry fees. The magistrate stamps fines. Children line up to stamp everything they can reach. The grandmother's stool, a gourd, a sleeping dog, until the keeper of offerings takes the die and says she will keep it where it belongs. The dog looks frankly relieved. The village permits one laugh and lets the line go slack again. Traders read the new banner from the water and steer in. With each arrival, stories cross-cut. A Cham boatman shows a cloth with a twin-headed serpent used in a sanctuary near my son. A monk from a Dvaravati site downstream carries a wheel of law coin and tells how their city hangs serpent images at causeways because causeways split water and must be watched. A man from the coast says that in his port, a merchant sails with a carved Naga head on his prow, so the river and sea do not argue about custody. Shared skins, the grandmother says to herself, different tongues, kin intentions, guardians of the gate. With a banner, come gatekeepers. The shrine now has an official door, not wood and hinge, but a place in the mind where permission is sought. Monks, to their credit, do what they have always done best here, mediate quietly. They receive the court's gift of white cotton and teach boys to wind blessing loops around wrists without making a knot so tight it cuts. They show girls how to light lamps a thumb width high so oil lasts the night and no one trips over a grand flame. They tell the magistrate that the bell will breathe when it wishes, not on schedule, and he nods as if to say he never asked more, but charisma always breeds imitation. A man from upriver arrives selling relics, serpent scales in a jar, fish skin, dried, shining, teeth carved from bone, beads he swears were worn by a princess who married the deep. He sets up his mat near the landing. The headman asks him to move along. He returns the next week with a story about seeing the banner flutter of its own will. False serpents, the midwife mutters, moving children past the mat. The banner remains silent on whether any of that matters. Taboos, softly spoken, new cloth, new manners. People teach one another not to pass between banner and water once the lamps are lit, so the serpent's painted eyes keep their view. They avoid casting shadows across the 7 heads at dusk. They do not touch the pole after the 3rd lamp is lit, because the 3rd light is the one that makes the night settle. Breaking that light brings a thin, restless wind. If the banner's shadow touches a boat's prow at noon, the pilot lets his rope slack and pours a sip of rice wine before setting off again. None of this is written. All of it works the way habit does, effortless, binding. A small superstition grows around the paint itself. The green is made from crushed leaves and iron ash. The red in the mouths comes from laterite dust. When a mother smears a dot of turmeric on a child's brow before crossing, she whispers, "Green to remember, red to warn." No one can trace who started the line. That is how lines become laws. Coins and causes. Coins carry faces, the scribe says one afternoon at market, trying to convince a potter to accept stamped clay instead of silver rings. He shows a small flat of bronze from a levee upstream with a Naga head on one side and a sprig of something like grain on the other. Whether that coin truly came from inland mint or from a trader's imagination hardly matters. The idea is there. The serpent belongs to the state's pocket too. Ferries begin to take a small serpent penny from merchants who load heavy. The money goes to repair the landing, feed monks on festival nights, and sometimes buy new oil for lamps when the court's jars do not arrive. People grumble, but when water takes a boat and the landing must be rebuilt in a hurry, the penny looks wise. Political economy finds its curve and hugs it. You pay the serpent, you pay the shrine, you pay the man who writes it down. The order changes. The river keeps flowing, the boy-made emblem. The magistrate notices what everyone else already knows. The ford is safe because the man with the call reads it. He writes a title on palm leaf for the boy, River Warden, and ties it with cord. No pay is attached, only a right to speak first when boats argue or when the bell trembles. With that right comes a small seal of his own, a wooden stamp, not bronze, with the same 7 heads, but a tiny notch on the leftmost mouth so his impression can be told from the shrines. He takes the seal as he took the die, weighing it like a paddle, testing its balance. He stamps nothing for a day, then uses it to mark a warning on a board. Do not cross when the 3rd lamp flickers. The letters are in the headman's careful hand. The stamp sits beside them like a quiet authority. Children stop pointing to ask if they can hold the seal. He lets each child press it once into soft clay, then smooths the clay back into a ball. The scribe watches and files away the image for later, because that is what scribes do. They keep pictures in their minds and think of copies. A small humor slips in at dusk when the grandmother says, "So the baby born with a veil becomes a man who issues veils." And the midwife snorts softly at the neatness of fate. Even the boy smiles. Humor keeps banners from becoming walls. Memory is heraldry. Stories are banners you carry inside. The shrine's keeper carves on the pole's base a modest spiral. Not the 7 heads, not even scales. Only 2 curves that never meet. Her old reminder to leave space. The lesson from the red day. Remember the omen at birth? That was space too. A call kept and then offered, not worn as a crown. Some evenings she lights a lamp at that carving instead of at the painted heads. And if the magistrate notices, he never says. Villagers begin to stitch small serpent signs into cloth worn at the ford on festival nights. Little girls wear bracelets with 3 green beads and a red. Boatmen carve slender vents at the prow shaped like tongues, which they tell each other cut eddies, though everyone knows the vents do almost nothing but please the hand that touches them. A standard on the bank finds smaller standards in flesh and habit. Letters from the courts. From inland come palm leaf messages that sound like advice, but behave like instructions. On royal days, the banner must be dipped toward the water 3 times. Once for the king, once for the land, once for the serpent. The conch should sound before sunrise and again at the middle watch. Pilgrims carrying jars to Wat Pho are to be given precedence on the ferry. The new seal must stamp all jars of oil purchased for lamps. Wax is to be used if the weather threatens to smear clay. A letter arrives with a little drawing of the 7 heads, as if the court wishes to correct the local painter's interpretation. The village opens the leaf and laughs softly. In the sketch, the mouths point up like lotus buds, not outward like guardians. The keeper of offerings rewinds the leaf and sends it back with a polite note. Our serpent watches the banks, not the sky, which the magistrate does not forward. Not every correction requires answer. A case remembered. The banner at Two Mouths C, 720 CE, downstream 2 days is a confluence called Two Mouths, where a smaller river enters like a song harmonizing a line. There, a banner raised at the dry season's end becomes a quarrel. One chief insists the painted heads should face upstream to guard against raiders. Another insists they face down to watch the capital's road. The monks suggest a compromise. Paint 2 banners, 1 each way, and speak of the serpent's 7 heads as covering all directions no matter how the cloth hangs. The chiefs begrudge the solution until, in a summer storm, the upstream banner rips free and flies like a fish for 1 breath before dropping into the brown. People call that an omen and stop arguing. The replacement cloth carries a tiny stitched mark at the hem, a fig leaf, a nod to the green pool guardian far away. Emblems breed kinship when they are allowed to borrow. False authority has a season. The relic seller returns with a royal seal he claims was used by a Chenla prince to marry a Naga princess. It is a broken terracotta circle with a blurred impression that could be anything. Traders in a playful mood buy it to hang at a rice wine stall. A week later, a fight breaks out about whether the stall must now follow shrine rules, since the seal hangs in its shadow. The headman settles it by stamping the stall's pole with the real 7 heads and setting a pebble on it. Law here is clay and stone, not gossip and air. The relic seller takes his wares downriver again, where credulity may be thicker and coins easier. The banner's shadow. With a pole comes a shadow. At certain hours, The cloth's shade falls across the ferry rope and the green pool together. People notice. Some begin to time crossings by the shadow. Go when the serpent's chin rests on the rope, not its tail. Others argue too many rules make clumsy feet. In the spaces where rules gather, custom must stay nimble, or it will trip. On a late afternoon, a wind rises from nowhere and presses the cloth hard toward the water. The pole flexes. The headman and the boy run to steady the bindings. A corner dips and kisses the surface. Not a plunge, only the lightest touch, a painted scale brushing brown. The bell that has been quiet for weeks answers once, deep and round. The kind of sound that seems to rise from chest, not bronze. Everyone freezes. The grandmother's hands stop their constant working. The midwife's thumb holds a wick unlit. The magistrate, who has been teaching the scribe how to make a proper entry for oil purchased, ceremony conducted, looks up, and for the first time since the pole was raised, something passes over his face that is not a rule. The bell does not move again. The banner lifts back with the wind and hangs obedient. Children glance at the keeper of offerings, then at the headman, then at the boy. No one speaks in the first breath because any word might choose a path and turn it into a road. A scribe's reed hovers. A monk's lips part and close. The bronze die on its mat looks suddenly like a coin tossed and caught halfway between hands. The boy steps to the pole, not touching it, only standing close enough to feel if it vibrates. He feels nothing. He looks at the water. The oil bowl's small flame wavers once and steadies. The wind drops as quickly as it came. The magistrate clears his throat, and the sound flinches as if it has hit a door. From up the river, a drum begins. A measured, slow call. Not quite a festival rhythm, not quite a warning. It comes from around the bend where the monastery path meets the bank. Monks do not beat drums for banners. They beat them for teachings, or for funerals, or for meetings that will end with papers. The headman straightens. The keeper of offerings draws breath. The boy, for the second time that day, weighs a tool in his palm. The wooden seal with the tiny notch on the leftmost mouth. The drum comes closer, and the bell, obedient bronze, mouthless judge, breathes once more, louder this time, as the banner's shadow lies across the ford like a long, thin threshold. The drum beat grows clear before the boat appears. It is not fast, not loud, just a steady knock, as if someone were counting the river's pulse out loud. When the boat rounds the bend, its prow is carved with a lotus, not a serpent, and its passengers wear robes of deep saffron. A visiting abbot sits cross-legged, hands folded, eyes on the water. Behind him, novices handle the drum. Their boat is light, but its presence feels heavier than any magistrate's chest. The villagers gather at the landing. The headman bows low. The keeper of offerings inclines her head. The boy with the call stands still, unsure if this is ceremony or surprise. The abbot steps onto the bank, his sandals damp, his gaze bright. "I have come," he says gently, "to see the ford where the serpent sleeps, a message and a mirror. He is not here to command, but to learn. He asks to see the shrine, the banner, the bell. The magistrate's men stiffen, but the abbot only smiles. All things deserve two eyes, he says. At the shrine, he kneels briefly and runs his fingers along the pole's base, pausing at the little spiral carved by the keeper. This, he says softly, is older than a flag. When he is shown the bell, he listens without touching it. A bell hung over water, he muses. Sometimes breath belongs to stone, sometimes to memory. The headman watches closely. The boy holds the bamboo tube, wondering if the abbot can hear what they have heard. Stories shared by the evening fire, questions turn into tales. The villagers speak of the Red River, the binding cords, the quiet nights. The abbot listens, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes laughing softly. When he hears of the magistrate's banner and the court's letters, he nods. The serpent wears many skins, he says. One for the king, one for the child with a thread, one for the farmer who bends without asking why. He tells his own story of monks in the hills who found a spring guarded by a stone Naga, its head worn smooth by centuries of touch. They built no banner there, only a small bench. When water guards itself, he says, we sit and let it. What the court hears, the magistrate writes, of course. He notes the abbot's visit, the calm of the ford, the stability of trade. His scribe adds, bell sounded twice without cause. No blame, only record. A week later, a reply arrives, a request for greater offerings on royal days, an inquiry about raising another banner downstream. The headman reads and says nothing. The keeper of offerings sets the letter under a pot and forgets it until it curls. The villagers' quiet adjustments. Life moves in circles. Rice ripens, boats tilt heavy with fish. Children find the shallow cave under the roots and whisper secrets there. Some call the banner beautiful, others call it heavy, but they all pass it with respect. At night, a few still tie cotton threads around the banyan. 3 knots for the quiet guardian no one names. The boy, now a young man, continues to read the water. He feels each change like a whisper on his ankles. Silt heavier here, current quicker there. The bell rarely moves, but when it does, his head lifts first. The village trusts him. Glimpse to the wider world. Beyond this river, the world is not still. Chenla's reach widens. Temples rise at Sambor Prekuk. Carvings flourish at My Son. Trade roads link Funan's old ports to inland courts. In the 8th century, others will call these lands by many names, but for the villagers it is simpler. The river, the bank, the breath of something unseen. Their serpent is both guardian and neighbor, whether painted on banners or sliding quiet under moonlight. Would you have believed it? If you had been there, watching the abbot kneel before the little spiral, would you have felt proud or wary? When the bell rang softly while no wind moved, would you have thought of silt or of something older listening? The abbot's leaving. At dawn he departs. Before stepping into the boat, he places his palm on the bell rope, not to strike it but to steady it. Everything moves, he says, but not everything needs a sound. The rope quivers once, like a nod. Then the boat is gone, saffron fading down the bend. The village exhales. The day brightens. The boy ties a cord above the waterline, not to bind, not to warn, only to remember. The river settles into an easy rhythm after the abbot's visit. But calm is never permanent here. The water grows low, the banks show more root and stone, and traders talk of shallows forming where last year they drifted free. The banner lifts and dips with the wind, its 7 heads watching, but the boy with the call notices something quieter. The green pool's lip has cracked. Not wide, not dangerous yet, but the earth speaks when it loosens, warning signs. It is the little things that signal a change. Reeds bend where they shouldn't. Frogs call differently. The bamboo tube, when set to the ear, gives a deeper hum. as if the channel has thickened its throat. One afternoon, the bell rings once, soft, almost shy, and no one is near. Dogs lift their heads, children hush. The headman listens and walks the bank with a staff. He presses the clay with his heel. It gives a little more than it should. "Not tonight, not tomorrow," he says, "but soon." The keeper of offerings ties a thread on the banyan root and burns a pinch of rice husk, not for ceremony, but for company, a river's hunger. As rains threaten to return, the current sharpens. Small landslips are seen upriver. A field goes muddy early. A canoe hits a snag. Some whisper of a serpent turning in its sleep. Others say it is only the season being itself. The magistrate's scribe writes a note and sends it inland. Bank softening, bell reports movement. Crossroads of faith and function. The shrine is busier now. Pilgrims arrive, drawn by the banner and the stories. Some leave coins, some bring flowers, a few bring questions. The Brahmin priests smile and point to the carved spiral at the pole's base, speaking of worlds supported by coils. The monks smile and tell a different story, of patience, of listening to quiet things. The villagers smile, but their eyes stay on the water. The boy reads again. The young man, river warden now, spends his days ankle-deep, listening. The bamboo tube tells him more than words. The hum is lower, more restless. Dyed rice scatters wider. The oil window shows two small eddies where none were before. "It is thinking," he tells the midwife. She nods, wraps her shawl tighter. "Then we must think too." Historical glimpse. By the late 8th century CE, Chenla's power splinters. Inland courts struggle, river towns shift. Stone serpents rise at bridgeheads, on temple lintels, at embankments, guardians for both faith and flood. At Wat Pho, carvings show Nagas stretching across causeways. At my son, Cham kings carve serpents not just as protectors but as ancestors. The Naga is no longer only neighbor. It is emblem, seal, and warning. Would you have seen it coming? A crack in a bank, a sound in a bell. Would you have believed they mattered? Or would you have waited until the first collapse, hoping for luck? Preparing, without panic. The headman calls no right yet. He orders the bank reinforced with woven mats, stones placed where the clay feels thin. Boys cut canes, women braid cords. The bell is cleaned. A small conch is placed near the shrine so it can be reached quickly. The magistrate sends a polite message. Report if the pool changes again. The villagers nod and return to work. A private gesture. That night, the young man sits by the pool alone. He dips his hand and feels the current speak against his palm. Not anger, not yet, but a weight. He ties another thread, no color, just white, around a root. "We are listening," he says quietly. "We are watching." The bell does not answer, but the river gives a small sound. A faint tap under the water, like a finger on the door. The air thickens before dawn, heavy with the promise of rain. Wind combs the trees and leaves them slick. The villagers wake earlier now, listening to the bell's silence as if it were a sound. When it stays quiet, they breathe easier. When it stirs, even once, they move differently, tying skirts tighter, stacking nets high, checking poles. The bank's warning. 2 mornings after the last tremor, the boy, the river warden, finds new cracks near the ford. The soil looks tired, edges soft. A narrow line of pale clay shows where water has been pulling from below. It is a sign they all know, the bank thinking of changing its shape. He kneels, presses his palm, and feels the faintest quiver, like the low note of a drum. The headman joins him. Soon, he says, but we will not wait for it to choose. A plan of quiet movements. No proclamations, no drums. The work is soft-footed. Mats are woven from reeds. Bundles of stone are carried at night when the air is cooler. Boys drive canes deep into mud. Women tamp clay around roots, humming under their breath. The midwife watches, measuring more than helping. She sees where mats sag, where hands tire. A cord is stretched across the shallow at a safe angle, not to bind, only to warn. A copper bowl hangs from the banyan like an ear. At the shrine, the oil lamp is kept lit, wick trimmed short to keep the flame steady even in breeze. Faith meets engineering. The magistrate hears of the work and arrives with 2 men, curious. A levee, he calls it. A brace. The headman only nods. To the villagers it is simpler. A wall for a restless guest. The priests say prayers over the stones. The monks bless the mats. Both smiles meet over the work, for once. The river's breath. One afternoon, when the sun hides and the air goes strange, the bell rings, not a single tremor, but a roll like a short laugh. Everyone stops. Children are called back from the bank. Traders push their boats to safer channels, and the headman raises a hand. It is moving under us, he says. That night, they keep watch. Torches burn low, conch, silent. The bamboo tube is passed from ear to ear. The current thrums like a wire. Not anger, the boy says. Only weight, like something turning. Mainstream glimpse. By now, serpent images are more than local charms. Across Chenla, the Naga has become state emblem and temple guardian. Inscriptions speak of water offerings. Lintels hold carved coils. To later eyes, these are art. To the villagers, they are warnings in stone. They know that a serpent can turn kindly or sharply, and that both are worth respecting. Would you have waited? Would you sit by the bell and listen, knowing something shifts below? Or would you call for rituals at once? The villagers choose patience, but patience lined with readiness. Case remembered. The crack at the shrine. A small piece of bank gives way near the new shrine. It is minor, only a slope of mud, but it leaves a hole that looks like a mouth. The magistrate orders it filled. The headman agrees. Women pack it with stones and clay. Boys plant reeds along the edge. The banner flutters above, calm, but watching. A night of listening later. As crickets sing and torches dim, the boy stands knee-deep near the bell. He closes his eyes. The water presses gently, lifts once, lowers. It is a language without words, but he feels it. The river is alive, but not hostile. It is reminding them that it moves when it must. He ties another white thread to the banyan root, tighter this time. We are ready, he says. The thread floats a little in the breeze, like a flag small enough for one person, the drum of rain. By the week's end, the first rains fall. The bell stays still, but its rope sways softly. The villagers work faster, braiding new mats, sharpening stakes. The shrine smells of oil and damp stone. The banner shines after rain, colors bright as if washed, and beneath it all the river thickens, slow but certain, like someone drawing a long breath before speaking. They hear the metal before they see the men. A faint, bright clatter rides the morning air. Steel on steel, not the soft clink of fish knives or the dull clack of bamboo. It comes in threads at first, then gathers into a sheet of sound that slides along the river like light. Children stop skimming stones. Women straighten from wash basins. The headman and the river warden, once the boy with the call, turn their faces toward the upstream bend where the banner's edge points like a finger. Boats appear, narrow and high, with prows painted in stern colors. On their gunnels hang lengths of rattan shield, lacquered and glossy as beetlebacks. Men in white cotton with belts of hammered iron stand to a thwart, not paddling, not yet. Between boats, a longer craft sits lower in the water, an elephant ferry, planks laid thick, crossbeams bound with vine and peg, a low frame shaded by woven mats. The elephant's back shows above the bamboo rail, gray and quiet, as if it has agreed to be a hill for a day. Spears rise like reeds, blades flash like cloud-torn sun. The magistrate, who knew they were coming, appears from the shrine with sandals already wet. He lifts a palm in welcome and caution both. "Peace," he says, voice carrying over water. "And names." The lead boat answers with the steady diction of men who sleep with orders under their tongues. They speak a lord's name that lies upriver and inland, a title that bends the mouth around worlds. Right hand of the mountain, holder of the sacred banner at Isanapura. They speak a purpose, to pass and to be provisioned. They speak a story the river has been carrying for months in rumor, and that now sets its feet on this bank. Lands shifting hands, chiefs declaring kingship, banners raised with 7 heads to watch not only for floods, but for enemies. Snakefire and steel, iron has lived here a long time as plow, nail, fishhook, sickle. Today it arrives in a different grammar: spear socket, sword edge, rivet, mail ring. The men on the boats smell of oil and smoke, not kitchen smoke, but forge smoke, bitter, sweet, stuck in hair and cloth. Their blades are not tumbled leaf knives for fish. These are long and patient, edges that make a sound when they move against air, and yet the river meets steel with something older. In the shadow of the banner, the keeper of offerings opens a clay jar and shows the headman what she has been curing in resin. Tight wads of palm fiber, heavy with sap and fish oil, wrapped in thin bark. A raft's worth of little mouths for fire. Snake fire, the children will whisper later, because when such bundles burn and slide low on water, their thin flames look like tongues from a scaled face. No one here thinks they can turn fire into a serpent's breath. They know better. But they also know that light on water is its own language, and flames that rise without smoke can be taught to speak. The river warden looks past steel and fire at the channel. The green pool is calm. The bell has been quiet for 3 nights. The crack at the ford has been packed and tied with woven mats. He can feel the current's weight on his shins as if it were a hand laying down a boundary. Pass here. Not there. Bend your oars in the breath between gusts. A court's tale, a village's ear. They talk on the bank. The visitors speak of conquests like lines drawn with a list. A chief swore and then forgot. A levy was demanded and then refused. A border stone was moved at night by men with their sandals in their hands. They tell of raids from the east, of boats painted in ways that smell of other tongues, chams, some say, and of messages from the mountain sanctuaries saying a great lord has declared himself master of both land and water. The villagers listen and let the words pass around their ribs before lodging. History will later set down names with the tidy virtue of hindsight. It will say that in 802 CE, a man called Jayavarman II stood at Phnom Kulen and declared himself Chakravartin, a universal ruler, and that from that vow, the Khmer Empire took its first coherent breath. It will speak of the old port power of Funan and its decline into inland Chenla, and of Chenla splitting like a reed, land Chenla and water Chenla. under the eyes of Chinese scribes. It will bring up whispers of Java, the Silendra court perhaps, leaning its weight across the Gulf, and of men returning from foreign leverage to claim their own rivers. Many people still think that Jayavarman II simply broke from Javansee's control and rewove a kingdom in a single clear act. So what do you think? Here, on this bank, people do not say the words Kulin or Java. They say, men are moving with iron, and the serpent will be asked to watch. A request to the bell. Your ford is clean, the officer says, with a glance that concedes competence without praise. We will pass at dusk. Our rivermen are strong. They need only the line and the bell. At this, the headman lifts his eyebrows a hair. The bell is not the court's. It belongs to the river and to the village that listens to it. The officer sees the flicker. He is not a fool. We will ask it, he amends. If you will stand beside us when we do. The keeper of offerings sets the copper bowl near the bell's rope, as if that were the whole answer. Oil waits quiet and settled. A wick drinks. The midwife stands to the side, measuring the men with quick eyes. Who is careful with the edge of his spear, who holds it as if he wants to his hand to be a blade. The grandmother settles on her stool and begins to twist a sprig of neem until it says the same quiet thing she always wants a day to say. Do not hunger so much, you forget to listen. Steele asks questions, the river answers slowly. The river warden shows the officer the Ben's grammar, where the thrust runs, where the shear pulls, where the slack lies like an idle thought. He sprinkles dyed rice with a practiced flick. The black grains fly straight and then splay where the shallow lip slides. The red spin out toward the cut bank. The white move like ants gossiping in place. Boat lengths between you here, he says, and no shield over the gunwale on the second bend. You'll need the wind to speak to the water. The officer nods. Steele asks questions, he offers, and the river answers slowly. It's almost a joke. The river warden allows a thin smile. That's why you ask before you swing. Snake fire in rehearsal. The villagers prepare what the visiting men do not know they will need. Signal and shield that belong to water, not to court. 2 reed rafts are brought from under the banyan shade and pushed off without fuss. Children have painted their sides with coils in brown and green. The paint is not magic, but it pleases a superstition that likes its objects to look like their names. At the headman's nod, the keeper of offerings strikes a flint, and one of the resin bundles takes flame, with none of the smoke that betrays oil. It burns low and clean, a thin, steady tongue. On the raft's deck sit 2 clay bowls inverted over charcoal. When upturned, they will breathe heat. When down, they will hide the red, only to let it out when the bowl rises like a lid in a cookpot. Snake fire, a child whispers. Signals, the midwife says. Language, the river warden corrects gently, because he knows how quickly a game becomes a prayer. They set the rafts to drift on lines threaded through rings on poles. A twitch will pull a raft into the current. A slackening will let it eddy into a backwater. The rafts are not weapons so much as punctuation. The first flame on the outer bend to tell boats to cut left. The second to say a submerged log has turned and lies like a cudgel just beneath where an eager oar wants to bite. Will you burn the river? One of the iron men asks with the half-amused, half-irritated tone of men who meet a new craft and cannot yet tell if it deserves respect. We will write on it in light, the keeper of offerings replies without looking up. If you can read the passage, dusk brings the bank's 2 colors to one. clay, darkening until it holds back the last light like a savings jar. Torches blink along the path like cautious thoughts. The boats gather in a long breath just above the ford. The elephant ferry in the middle, where the river runs thick and honest. The banner's 7 heads hang almost still in the slack wind, mouths open as if to pronounce a word the night will finish. At the bell, the copper bowl is lit, wick just taller than a fingernail. The river warden lays his palm flat on the rope and lifts his eyes. "Will you hold?" he asks, not loudly, not in any liturgy that has to be translated. It is the question he asks when he tilts a newborn's head to set a first latch, when he steps onto a fresh-cut plank and feels its flex, when he looks at an untested knot. It is how the village speaks to material things before asking them to do more than their comfort promises. The bell trembles once, a low, consenting sound. They move. The first 2 boats slide with paddles taken high. No splash, only the cloth sound of wood breathing. The river warden's left hand lifts. A child on the inner bank twitches a line. The first snakefire raft drifts and finds the outer curve, showing a path of thin gold that says, "Hug this lip, but not too hard." The boats obey. The men with long blades watch the little flame as if it were a priest who has eschewed the sanctum for the current. Behind them, the elephant ferry takes its first pull into the throat of the channel, knees bent, hulled low. The elephant snorts once, softly, an old working breath. At the second bend, where the crack was and is not, the last light shows a shift in the water's letter. The long pane, where oil would smooth if it were there. The river warden makes a small sound, the call he and the headman have practiced for years, the syllable that takes the place of a drum. The second raft slides forward as if it has understood. Its flame comes out from under the clay bowl and walks along the boat line like a thin animal that understands its job. Oars lift and bite in the slack. Shields lift and then rest, so the wind can scrawl across the water where it needs to. Someone in the third boat, a man young enough to trust arm more than I, backs a stroke at the wrong breath and whacks the surface. The light stutters. The man behind him swears. In that one beat, they have asked the river to explain itself with an eddy it did not plan to make. The boat's bow swings half a hand too far and noses at the place where the pack mats hold the repaired lip. It is not a crash. It is a question with the wrong end of a spear. The headman's right hand opens fast. A boy on the bank pulls a third line. The raft's clay bowl flips, and a low body of flame slinks under the prow's shadow, drawing a dancing limit. The bowman laughs, because laughter is how you admit you were saved by something you didn't anticipate. And he dips the blade and slides along the glowing letter into the sentence that the bend wants them to read. The elephant ferry's planks creak under the slow, hard push of the poles. The beast's ears flap twice. It shifts once like a man whose knee is stiff. The river warden can feel the pressure at his ankles like a prayer that someone else is speaking. "Hold," he says up at the bell, but he is talking to the ferry, and to the polemen, and to the knots on the planks, and to the coils under the water that the old stories say will lift if the right hands ask without greed. The bell breathes a second time and stops. War stories are written afterward. They all make it across. They do not cheer. Paddles rest. Men with blades look at their edges as if they have asked a question, and then bite the air again without thinking. The elephant shakes and stamps once. On the far bank, the officer turns and lifts his arm, a salute that is not court, but is honest. On this bank, the headman bows in a way that is not subservience, but recognition that people who ask the river correctly belong to the same household for a night. By the next morning, the story has already split into the two braids that carry every event here. In one, the river warden and the headman and the keeper of offerings guided the king's steel with snake fire and silence. In the other, the serpent itself rose and shouldered the elephant ferry so its bow would clear a log that no man could see. Neither is entirely true. Both preserve the memory the river demands, that people behaved as if the water were alive and as if their work had to meet it without arrogance. Steel writes on flesh, stories write on time. Not all passages end with courtesy exchanged. In a month, word slips back downriver of a fight beyond the next two bends, at a camp where a causeway crosses in a shallow Y. There the raiders who were being chased, men whose boats carry bird heads and whose prows, cut with too much pride, set baskets of pitch swinging from poles and slung them like children's toys toward the lead boat's shields. The pitch splashed and held and burned blue. Blue fire, the trader says to a circle of open mouths. Snake fire with a foreign tongue. Men dove, and steel hissed, and the river ate more than it wanted. The court will call such reports skirmishes when they travel up the ladder to rooms where people decide how many jars of oil to send to banners. On the bank, mothers will call them by their true name, a new kind of risk. The keeper of offerings adds a different kind of bundle to her clay jar. One's laced with clay dust, so the little flames burn lower, cling less, right without biting. Ours is for reading, she says to the children who watch. Theirs is for consuming. Don't confuse the alphabets, the serpent in the court's mouth. Weeks later, an inland message arrives with a ribbon and a seal lump bearing a 7-headed impression, not unlike the village's, but cleaner, as if stamped with a hand that does not know rope burn. The palm leaf praises the ford and the wise serpent watchers. It asks for names, ages, counts of boats, jars of oil used, threads burned or tied, bells rung. It announces a levy, 2 copper bowls from each landing along this reach to supply a serpent core that will serve the court's crossings. The headman reads, folds, and sets the letter by the copper bowl with the old dent, the bowl that rang once on the red day and never needed to be hammered smooth. We belong to a serpent, the magistrate says, almost proud. Yes, the grandmother says, but which mouth eats first? She does not ask to be heard. She asks to taste the truth on her own tongue. False serpents in iron. With steel comes fashion. Men who have never stood knee-deep in the ford buy little snake-head bosses for their shields and impress serpent scales into their spear leather with heated bone. A quiet trade in river charms blossoms in market corners. Tiny bronze coils on cords, coils that bend like a figure 8, coils that look wrong to anyone who has watched an eel move or a drag line lift. The river warden does not scold boys who wear such things. He shows them where the lip hides and makes them say out loud which is the thrust and which the shear and how they know. If a charm helps a hand remember to see, he does not mind a little foolishness around a wrist. A man comes down from the interior, claiming he can call snake fire from his mouth. He chews resin and spits it over a lamp. It flares and draws applause from people who have never lit oil with patience and watched it burn a language onto a channel. The keeper of offerings pays him a coin to move along. He can spit, she tells the midwife, but he cannot read. What steel cannot cut, the river warden walks at night without torch. the way men do when they have learned the bank's language with their feet. He feels the vibrato of the current at the back of his knees and knows if a log has hit the mud and lodged. He knows by frog voices which reed clumps have slid an arm's length. He knows by the bamboo tube whether tomorrow will need a raft with fire or one with a mirror. He does not know why the bell sometimes trembles when the banner's shadow lies on the rope at noon. He does not know why an elephant breath makes the oil wick bow in a way a man's breath does not. He does not know why the resin bundles burn cleaner when a woman whose child had fever ties them as if fear were a drying agent. The not knowing does not trouble him. It keeps his voice quiet enough to leave room for the sound a river makes when it tells someone to try again. The loudest rumor, a story, runs ahead of the boats like wind. In it, a king. Some say the same lord whose men crossed here, some say his rival, binds a serpent and rides it under a causeway to surprise an enemy camp. Of course he does not. Men ride animals and forces very briefly before the animal or force decides how far it will go. What he rides is a season, a flood timed to a full moon, and a wind that bends reeds like thousands of men nodding. But the story grows like a reed and becomes a standard. The court paints a coil on a plank and calls it a throne. Banners grow heavier with mouths. On this bank, the keeper of offerings carves another small spiral at the pole's base and says nothing. Memory resists when it must. It also yields where it should. The village lets the court's serpent be king so long as the river's serpent remains neighbor. A mainstream fact set gently in upstream. The temples at Sambor Pre-Cook, Isanapura, have by now been richly dressed with lintels where Nagas coil across thresholds. In time, stones at Angkor will grow long balustrades shaped as seven-headed snakes that guard causeways. Far to the west, at Wat Pho, the mountain spring will still run through carefully cut channels, as if the serpent has accepted a collar of masonry and has decided it suits him. Steel will be stored in granaries as yet unlabeled as arsenals. Iron will be tithed and weighed. Banners will multiply like dragonflies in a flood, but steel does not tell people when to lift their paddles a breath earlier than their hearts wish. Stone cannot hear a bell. A small, sharp evening. A week after the passage, raiders with bird heads painted on their prows test the ford at twilight. They try to nose through fast, believing speed is its own armor. The first prow dips at the repaired lip. The place the headman knows will always be a little hungry. A line of small bells strung low over the water sings 4 quick notes. The river warden's left hand lifts, and the first snakefire raft glides. Its thin flame writes a limit on the water. The prow skates, the oarsmen correct. The next boat checks its pride. 2 men laugh, but the laugh is thin, more learned than felt. A thrown spear clinks against a wicker shield and drops without cutting. The raiders, seeing no chaos to ride, slide away like boys caught trying to steal mangoes. On the bank, the grandmother's hands stop twisting neem just long enough to rest in her lap. She will sleep that night. What would you have done? If Iron Men had asked your bell for passage, would you have given it? If a torch in a bowl could teach strangers how to bend their oars, would you have lit it? If your banner's shadow lay on their ferry rope, would you have read that as consent or as a caution? What would you have told your children? That the serpent guards kings, or that kings borrow serpents from villages and return them a little more tired? A closing image, not yet a close. The next morning, the river is ordinary, brown, glossy, with small fish making small sounds among reed feet. The banner hangs with its 7 mouths open as if in mid-syllable. The bell is still. The copper bowl's oil smells faintly of smoke. A child squats to watch a line of black ants carry a crumb across a vein of cracked clay. From upriver comes a distant rolling, perhaps the elephant ferry coming back empty, perhaps thunder deciding whether to speak. The river warden looks at the green pool and, without quite meaning to, touches the notch on his small wooden seal, the notch that marks it as his, not the shrine's. He presses the seal into damp clay on a board that reads in careful characters, "Cross with care," when the third lamp flickers. In the afternoon, a trader arrives wearing a bronze bangle shaped like a coiling snake. He tells of coins stamped with Nagas and amulets traded in markets where salt smells sharper and jars stand taller. People want the serpent near. He grins, tapping his wrist. They say it keeps water tame. The keeper of offerings looks at the bangle and then at the banner, and then at the bell. She is not sure tame is the word. But she smiles for the trader, because trade is how stories move, and she has a dozen small charms cured with truth to balance his with glitter. By dusk, women are stringing green beads and red, 3 and 1, and children are pressing the 7 heads into clay to harden as tokens. Coins will be mentioned, amulets will be hung. The river will teach people how to tell which matters when. The snake that carried iron has gone downstream. The snake that eats light waits in a clay jar for the next dark. The serpent that lives under the words in the banks and the belly of an elephant breathes the same way it always has. Slow, and then quick, and then slow. Moving men and things and stories at a rate just faster than a heart can settle. Tomorrow, on market day, the first stamped charm will be traded at the landing for a handful of salt and a promise, and a new curve will begin in the palm of a hand. The flood season announces itself not with sudden storms, but with quiet, steady changes. The light shifts, softer, dimmer in the afternoons. Air thickens, holding heat longer into the night. Birds circle wider before roosting, and the river, which has worn its easy brown, begins to darken, heavy with silt drawn from far hills. The first long rains. It comes in a curtain, not a wall. Fine needles at first, stitching the horizon, then long gray threads weaving across the banks. By dusk, the sound is everywhere. Roof, boat, leaf, skin. The banner leans under the weight, its 7 heads shining wet. The bell muffles itself, water drumming on bronze. The river warden stands knee-deep, testing the current. It is fuller, not angry, but more certain of itself. The bamboo tube hums deeper than it has in months. The keeper of offerings joins him, hair damp, holding a copper bowl under a shawl. "This is a talkative rain," she says. "It tells us to listen, work before water, speaks too loudly. Villagers move like ants before a storm. Mats are pulled tighter, stakes driven deeper, ferries lashed. The shrine's oil is doubled, the wick trimmed close to fight the wind. Boys help carry stones to pack the ford's weak spots. Women braid palm fiber cords, their hands fast and sure. The headman walks the bank, tapping clay with a stick, listening to its hollows. The magistrate visits briefly, sandals caked. He says little but looks long at the pool where the bell hangs. His scribe writes a short note. First rise steady, bank holds, water as messenger. The rains change everything's shape. Familiar paths vanish, tree roots shine like bones. New eddies form where none were. The bell sometimes rings at night without cause. The river's skin becomes restless, tattooed with ripples, and the villagers learn new patterns. They seed the water with dyed rice. They tip oil to read the windows. They keep the bell rope dry. At night, the river warden listens. Through the bamboo tube, the current sounds like a throat clearing, not urgent, but thoughtful. "It is awake," he tells the midwife. She nods. "Then speak gently," she says, a record in stone. Across the wider land, stone listens too. At Wat Pho, Naga balustrades guard paths wet with mountain springs. At Angkor, embankments rise, faced with laterite, channels cut to guide floods. Inscriptions speak of offerings to serpent kings, coils carved, heads crowned with diadems, water turned to power. The villagers know none of these words, but they live the truth. Water must be courted as much as it is managed. Would you have felt the shift? Could you sense it? The way the air changed, the quiet tension underfoot? Would you have tied extra cords or trusted the season to pass? A quiet festival. Even as the river rises, life does not stop. A small festival is kept. Children float leaf boats with tiny lamps. The copper bowl rings once. The bell stays still. They offer rice and flowers, soft gifts, as if to remind the water that they remember kindness, an old woman's warning. The grandmother watches from her stool. "The serpent is not angry," she says to a child, "but it is turning. When it turns, it does not always see us." The child nods, serious. The night sounds different. Later, when the rain thins to a mist, the green pool shines under moonlight. The threads on the banyan root sway. The bell's rope glistens. The river warden touches the water with his hand. It is warm, full, carrying something from far away. "Not yet," he says to the quiet, "but soon." The flood arrives without apology. It is not a roar at first, but a long breath. The river rising each day, a finger higher on the landing posts, a little deeper under the belly of the ferry. The villagers watch the steps vanish, plank by plank. Roots that once gripped the air are gone, hidden in brown. The bell rings only when a gust lifts its rope, but the bamboo tube hums often, its song heavier now, full of sediment and weight, when the river forgets the bank. By the second week, the water moves fast. Canoes nose carefully. Poles bite deep. The shrine stands on higher ground, but even there the earth is soft. Children are kept away. Dogs pace, restless. The headman measures with his eyes. Each night he checks the banner's shadow. Each morning he tests the ford with a staff. The magistrate's letters arrive damp, asking for reports, as if words could hold the current still. The ford. Tested. It is during this rising that a trader, impatient to meet a market, attempts the crossing alone. His boat is small, loaded with baskets of salt. He believes speed will carry him. The bell rings once as he pushes off, but no one hears it under the morning noise. He strikes the bend too early. The current spins him sideways, the load tilts, and in an instant, the river swallows the baskets. The man is dragged clear by boys with poles. But the salt is gone. The village learns again what it always knew. The river keeps nothing it does not wish to keep, signs in the flood. Strange things travel when the water is high. Bamboo poles appear from upstream, stripped and pale. A log with charred ends floats by, whispering of someone else's fire. A jar bobs to shore, its clay stamped with an unfamiliar seal. A coiled serpent with eyes like dots. The keeper of offerings places it by the shrine, unbroken, a gift perhaps, or a warning. Would you have watched or moved? When the water comes high, would you stand and look, or would you tie, brace, move your tools uphill? The villagers do both. They watch the bell, They move the copper bowl. They add stones to the weak spots at night, when the air is cool and frogs are loud. Memory at work. The river warden's ankle-deep reading is gone. Now he stands thigh-deep, leaning on a pole. He trusts his senses more than ever. The current writes on his bones, a faster pulse, more force near the bend. He listens and marks the eddies. Here, a whirl. There, a smooth tongue. He reports to the headman, who nods silent. Historical glimpse. Far from this bank, power gathers and splits. By the early 9th century, rulers carved names into stone, claiming kingship, rivers, gods. Jayavarman and the two will soon stand at Phnom Kulen, but here the water already speaks of a kingdom no king can command. Bridges will rise later, Naga balustrades to hold roads, causeways will tie earth to earth, stone will freeze what was once fluid. But the villagers will remember the moving version, the sound, the swell, the sudden mercy, or the sudden taking. Community in the rising evenings are spent together now, torches high, drums quiet. They tie white threads at the banyan and burn little wicks. Not grand rites, only gestures. We are here, we see you, we step back when you need room. The bell holds its breath. One night, the bell shakes hard enough to make its rope creak. The sound is low, drawn out, like something large, shifting far below. No boats move after that. The village stays home. The next morning, the bank has changed. A shelf has fallen, smooth and clean, the crack now a curve. No one was there to see it happen, and no one needed to be. The banner in rain. It hangs heavier now, the cloth dark with wet, but its heads look sharper, mouths open wider. It is no longer only symbol, it is marker, warning, pride. The magistrate, seeing it bend but not break, orders a second pole made for the downstream ferry. The keeper of offering smiles. Two heads are harder to ignore, she says. A question for you. Would you sleep easy in a season when the ground moves, when the river thickens, when jars with other seals float to your feet? Or would you sit where the bell hangs, even in rain, waiting for a tremor that tells you more than paper ever could? Quiet adjustments. The young man still walks to the pool at night. He dips his hand. The water swirls and pushes. He feels the weight, the life. Soon, he says to the rope, soon you will speak loud again. The river does not answer, but the wind lifts the banner slightly, as if testing the line between warning and greeting. The river grows wide enough to seem like a different creature. The familiar bends are swallowed, the pools changed, and the banks blur under the weight of water. What was once a path for boats is now a field of brown mirrors, a restless skin hiding old roots and new channels. The villagers, practiced but alert, keep watch. Each day brings small surprises, a tree moved, a sandbank gone, the bell quivering even when the air is still. Life inside the flood. When the water covers too much, life climbs higher. Mats are raised, animals tethered close, jars and bowls tucked into rafters. The shrine's oil is lit all day, a thin flame telling the water, we see you. Children learn a different map, one of doorways and planks, of voices calling from higher ground. The magistrate visits less often. His canoe takes longer, his notes fewer. The court writes about taxes and roads. The villagers write by tying cords and laying stones. Memory becomes heritage. The serpent is no longer only a whisper. It has become story, marker, emblem. People point to the banner and speak of the night of the cords, of the ferry with iron, of the bell that spoke when no one touched it. They carve small coils on the handles of tools, paint a serpent's eye on jars, tie bracelets in 3 greens and 1 red. Not for fear, but for kinship. The Naga is part of them now, as ordinary as a hand's grip on a paddle, as constant as the midwife's basket. Beyond the village word travels. Traders carry charms shaped like coiled snakes. Boatmen tell of a ford watched by a bell and a boy. Other crossings send gifts, bundles of rice, tiny mirrors, jars of oil, with notes scratched on palm. Teach us to read the river. Some stories are stretched, some lost, but the current carries the essence. Here, water is respected, not commanded. The past and the stones beyond this flood, builders carve their own language. At Sambor pray cook, serpents coil on stone. At Wat Phu, Naga balustrades run along processional paths. At My Sun, Cham kings wrap their towers with serpents in relief. The villagers will not see these stones, but their quiet craft, the bell, the bowl, the cord, the reading of currents, is part of the same long thread. Would you have kept the memory? Would you tie a thread for a river that changed your house? Would you carve a serpent on a tool because it once warned you kindly? Or would you forget, letting flood become only inconvenience? The river teaches. Even now, a boat appears from downstream one afternoon, its hull heavy with stone. The men speak of new temples, of kings calling themselves masters of land and water. They ask if the bell can be moved. The headman shakes his head. The bell does not belong to us. It belongs to here. The men leave a stone carved with 7 coils and move on. It sits by the shrine, dark and simple, no paint, only curve. The young man at the bell, he comes every night. The bamboo tube tells him the river's voice. The oil shows the skin. The bell stays mostly quiet. When it moves, his head lifts first. He listens, not with fear, but with care. Sometimes he smiles. Sometimes he frowns. Always he ties another thread. The banyan roots are white with them now. A quiet garland, the court's interest. Another letter arrives, inked even in damp weather. It speaks of roads, taxes, offerings, and of a greater banner to be raised at a higher shrine. The villagers read it, but do not hurry. The flood still holds their attention. The serpent is nearer than any court. The banners shadow one. Late afternoon, the clouds part. The sun strikes low, and the banner throws its shadow across the ford. The bell gives one soft tremor, almost friendly. Mothers smile, children laugh. The midwife says, "It remembers. The river holds them all. Flood will fall, banks will show again, mats will be lowered, boats will bite the sand." But the season has taught something larger, that the Naga is not only a watcher, not only a guardian, but a thread running through time. It moves through villages, temples, courts, traders, monks, even storms. It teaches not by words, but by weight, by breath, by the curve of water. When night falls, the shrine glows. The copper bowl burns steady. The banner's heads are still. The young man stands barefoot in shallow water, palm on the rope, listening to a sound only he can hear. The deep, patient stirring of something that belongs to both river and memory. A question. Before the last turn, if you had lived here, would you have raised a banner? Or would you have left the banyan to speak for you? Would you have tied threads or carved stones? What would you keep, and what would you give back to the water? The river moves on, unhurried. Tomorrow it will show its bones again. Soon the last story will be told. The river recedes like a long breath let go. Mud shows itself again, dark and rich. Roots stand in the open. The bell hangs still, its rope dry. The flood's voice is quieter now, its weight eased, but the memory of its height lingers. A soft scent of wet clay remains in the mornings, and the banks, smooth and reshaped, seem younger somehow, though they have carried centuries. The aftermath of high water life moves back to the lower ground. Mats are lowered, pots returned, animals untied. The shrine is swept, its oil bowls cleaned, the banner dried and bright. The magistrate visits to note the changes, but the villagers have already taken account. Which tree is gone, where the ford has shifted, what new shallows have formed. Children find treasures, twigs shaped like hooks, jars caught in roots, a smooth stone carved long ago that no one claims. The river warden walks the bank, listening with bare feet. He feels the quieted pulse under him, notes the gentle push where before there was insistence. The bamboo tube now hums lightly. The bell rarely moves. He knows it will rise again, but for now, it rests. The banner's long shadow. The banner stands unchanged, though its heads are faded by rain. To the villagers, it is no longer just a court's claim, but a witness. They look at it and remember not only the shrine or the magistrate, but the cords that swayed, the snake fire that guided boats, the bell that breathed without wind. They tie new threads to the banyan root, not to call or bind, but to thank. Heritage carried forward. The serpent has become more than guardian. It is song, map, memory. People hum its name at weddings, paint its curve on new boats, place a small coil on jars sent downstream. A boy will point to a frog's sudden leap and say, "The river watches." A girl will leave flowers by the bell rope. These are not fears, they are courtesies. Beyond, the village traders still arrive, carrying charms and questions. Some bring news, new kings inland, stones rising, canals cut, temples lined with serpents. Names are spoken, Jayavarman, Angkor. But here they are like clouds drifting above the steady current. The villagers know the river belongs to all and to none. Would you have remembered? If you lived here, would you tell the stories as warnings or as gifts? Would you keep the copper bowl's dent, the rope's fray, the sound of the bell, the smell of rain on clay? Or would you let them fade, trusting the water to remember for you? Modern lenses and gentle questions. Centuries will pass. Travelers will see Naga balustrades on stone steps, coins stamped with coils, carvings curling around doorways. They will marvel and measure, write and guess. Many will think the myths are only symbols, the serpents only art. But under every stone is the same truth. People once stood barefoot by water, listening, watching, tying threads, learning to live with what could not be tamed. The last evening. The young man stands by the green pool, now calm. The banyan's roots are pale with threads, the bell rope dry, the copper bowl shining. He does not blow the conch. He does not call. He only listens. The river answers with a sound small enough for one ear, a lap of water against clay, a ripple that means nothing and everything. When he turns to leave, he presses his hand to the pole's base, where the keeper carved her small spirals. He smiles. "It was never just a serpent," he says softly. "It was the way we learned to see." The story of the Naga, like the river itself, bends and folds across time. What began as a shimmer underwater became a neighbor, then a guardian, then a banner on a pole. Each generation tied something to it: a thread, a rule, a carving, a question. The pre-Angkorian villagers did not think of kings or empires when they read the current. They thought of safety, of food, of children near the bank, of voices calling across water. They named what they did not know and treated it with the respect due to anything strong enough to move land. The Naga's form changed. It became lintels, coins, songs. Priests made it cosmic. Courts made it emblem. Stone made it permanent. Yet the river stayed indifferent to all that, changing courses, rising and falling, sometimes kind, sometimes cruel. In its pulse, the serpent remained, a shape for fear, for gratitude, for wonder. What survives in such stories is not only the creature imagined, but the people revealed. They were observers, not owners. They read signs where others might see chance: a leaf's turn, a bell's breath, a crack in clay. They built tools not to conquer, but to listen: bowls, cords, mirrors, mats. They folded the unknown into daily life, letting myth and need sit side by side. And perhaps that is the quiet truth at the center. The Naga was never just a serpent. It was memory. It was respect. It was the reminder that something larger moves under every calm surface. Many people still think that such myths are only stories, but stories can be instructions in disguise. What would you tie to your own river? What threads would you leave for those who come after?